Sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Everyone's wealth in America today, meaning if this person's worth 1,000, someone here's 10,000, 100,000, a million, a billion, if you added everybody's wealth up in America, you would come out with a number close to $90 trillion. That is the total wealth of America. And by the way, 1% of America controls 36% of that. 10.
Holy shit. $90 trillion, bro. Elon Musk is like 1/5 of a trillion, so 5 Elon Musk is a trillion. 50 Elon Musk is 10 trillion. 500, a little bit less than 500 Elon Musk is 100 trillion. 450 Elon Musk is America.
Percent of America controls 75% of that. And today I'm going to talk to you about 10 by the way, 1% of America controls 36% of that. 10% of America controls 75% of that.
Wow.
And today I'm going to talk to you about 10 reasons why the rich keep getting richer. So before I get into it, I'll do something I've never done before, and here's what it is. While I'm going through this, you ought to be taking notes, because in the middle of it, or at the end of it, I'm going to be asking a question. I don't know what the question is going to be. The first person that sends me a tweet at Patrick McDavid, the right answer, I will be calling you, and we'll be having a 10-minute conversation today, but it's got to be the first person. So pay attention to everything I'm going through in this video. So listen, the topic of rich getting richer is something you hear about on CNN, on Fox, on MSNBC, in schools, teachers, professors, parents, business, everywhere. These rich people, they control all the wealth. They're so greedy. All they want is power, cars, Lambos, Ferraris, castles, mansions. I mean, how much more can you have? Why has Bezos got $145 billion? He can live off of $100,000 of your income. And then on the other side, this is why the poor doesn't have money, because they don't study and they don't read books. So why don't you pick up a business book and find out how money works? Why do you blame the rich? Why don't you pick up some of their habits that they have? Why don't you work more than 40 hours a week? And so this thing goes back and forth, right? And so before I get into the 10 reasons why the rich keep getting rich, I'm going to give you some data. I'm going to give you some data for you to be looking at. And hopefully this will help me with the argument. Because in my opinion, I believe the gap of rich getting richer is just going to get wider and wider and wider. You'll find out why it is as I go through some of these numbers. So if we were to take the top 1% richest people in the world, not America, in the world, top 1%, you would need to have somewhere around $753,000 to your name. Now, having said that, data came out breaking down which country has the most people with $753,000. You would need to have somewhere around take the top 1% richest people in the world, not America, in the world, top 1%. You would need to have somewhere around $753,000 to your name. Now, having said that, data came out breaking down which country has the most people with $753,000 to their name. And here's what the top 10 countries looks like. At number 10, Korea has 1 million people with $753,000 to their name. Canada, 1.6 million. Australia, 1.7 million. Italy, 1.9 million. China, with 1.4 billion people living there, they only have 2.7 million. Germany, 2.8 million. France, 2.8 million. UK, 3.3 million. Japan, At number 2 with 4.5 million. And you ready? Number 1,
Yes.
America, 19.1 million Americans have a minimum of $753,000 to their name, which, by the way, here's an interesting stat. If you take the rest of the countries on the top 10 list and you add them up, they still don't have as many people that have $753,000 to their name as America does. And so the question becomes, why is that? By the way, most of the other countries run a socialistic economy. America still, till today, runs a capitalistic economy, which gives the average guy like me to go out there and make money. And hey, all of a sudden you have $753,000 to your name because the market allows people who bring value to go get that kind of money for themselves. If our wealth was divided based on U.S. land, here's what it would look like. 1% of America would own this part of the land. 9% would own this. 30% would own this on the bottom. 20% would own that bottom.
피라미드 맞네.
Bottom part you see, like right there, it looks like Texas. And 40% of America would own that little red dot you look at.
Holy shit.
Bottom. So you know how you look at that red dot? That red dot, my family, my mother, my sister, my dad, we were a dot of the red dot. Let me explain. We came to America with barely $5,000 to our name. I mean, literally, we were living with family, and then finally we found a place to live that was 1 bedroom. We had nothing to our name. We didn't own a car. We had nothing. I walked to school every single day from Broadway all the way up Chevy Chase to Wilson Junior High School because nobody dropped us off. Everybody's kids, their parents would drop us off. I never got, matter of fact, I've never been dropped off to school. Let me say this again. I've never been dropped off to school in America, ever. From 7th grade on, I've never been dropped off to school. We didn't have that kind of money. And so I worked at Burger King, I worked at Boston Beef, I worked at Haagen-Dazs, I went to the military, I had a 1.8 GPA, I stayed in the Army, I was going to stay 20 years, I got out, friends called me, hey, come and try something out. I got into sales, and I'm looking at all these things. I see these nice cars on movies with Tom Cruise, and they're stealing this Ferrari, or I'm watching, Gordon Gekko, Bud Fox, and all these cars and these homes, and man, what if one day we can live in a big house? What if one day we can have a Ferrari, a Lambo car? Man, we were dreaming and all this other stuff, and there'd be two different sides, friends. By the way, in the military at our barracks, one group would say, well, these rich people, man, they're greedy. They abuse the system. They do this, they do that, they do this. And this other side, there was a group of us, me, Bradford, a couple of us. Yeah, but what if we could do this? Well, who cares? We should go do this. Well, we were dreaming, right? We were dreaming, what if this could take place? I realized the big 1% of America, the top 1% of America, they're curious. They want to find out how to get there. So just like I said earlier, that the gap is going to get wider and wider. I am telling you that $90 trillion very soon is going to be $200 trillion, $500 trillion. And the only question you got to be asking yourself in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, what piece of that's going to be yours? You'll see why I'm saying this as I go through these 10 points. Point number 1 is exponential growth. By the way, this point alone is the reason why the gap's going to get wider and wider and wider. You can skip everything else. This 1 point alone, I've talked about in another video called 20 Rules of Money. This is why the gap's going to keep getting wider and wider and wider. Look, very simple. Say I have $10,000. Say you have $10,000, okay? We are both 25 years old. Both of us have $10,000. I choose to put my $10,000 in an account that gives me 3%. You choose to put $10,000 in an account that gives you 12%. It's only 4 times more. So meaning whatever you get, you should only be 4 times more than I should be, right? So let's take a look at what our money looks like 24 years later. 24 years later, my $10,000 barely becomes $20,000. You ready? Your $10,000 is officially $160,000. That's 8 times more, even though the interest is 4 times more. Now let's continue to go 48 years and see what happens. 24 years after that, my $20,000 becomes $40,000. You ready to see what happens to $160,000? It is now $2.56 million.
What?
That's $2.52 million more than me. By the way, let me say this number. So I was getting 3%, you're getting 12%. You're only getting 4 times more interest than I am. You realize how much your money is going to be more than mine by 48 years from now? 64 times more money. 64 times more money. So think about it this way. If I continue with the same habit of getting 3% for another 24 years, look what happens. And another 24 years, what happens. And another 20. This is why the rich kids getting richer. So unless education in high schools and junior high schools and colleges change and start teaching these kids about the basics of money, the disparity ain't stopping. And there is nothing anybody can do about it, including CNN, MSNBC, and half the professors at these universities, because they keep bitching about this stuff, but no one's talking about money. No one is talking about, let me teach you how to get 12%. Let me teach you how to get 8%. Everybody just complaining, whining without any solutions. Point number 2. This one's very easy. It's positioning. Once you get out of college, once you get out of high school, you have a choice on what you want to do. You can go get a regular job. You trade your work for hours. I make $15 an hour, $20 an hour, $30 an hour, and that's fine. And a lot of America is just chasing that. They were paying me $16 here. Guess what I got? I got $22 here. And they were paying me $22. I got a better job and I'm making $24 here. I was making $25, I'm making $32. They're chasing this, right? And what they don't realize is that's not how you create wealth.
$30 per hour. 10 hours.
There's got to be an element of you saying, I know for a fact if I position myself here and if I can become an entrepreneur or if I can get equity or if I can get ownership, and how do I get that part? This can lead into something bigger for myself. That's why I say positioning. If you keep trading hours, per dollar that you're getting paid, you're going to be limited. There's got to be a part where you go out there and position yourself properly. I've said this story many times. I live in wealthy communities. And in these wealthy communities, everybody I talk to, I ask them, how did you make your money? You know, I made my money because I started a business. Great. I made my money because I was part of a startup. And guess what happened to this startup? I was there for 5 years. I ended up getting a piece of the company. 5 years later, the company was bought by this company for $1 billion. I got my $6 million. I got my $800,000. I got my $2.2 million. It's positioning. So wherever you're working at, ask yourself, the positioning of the environment you're in, is it constantly going up where there's a possibility for a bigger upside, or is it linear? Hurry up and change it. And if you choose not to change it, then don't be surprised if you don't have $753,000 because you chose the position you're currently in. Point number 3 is long-term thinking. The best example of long-term thinking is one of the richest men in the world, and that's Warren Buffett. I want you to look at this chart that I want to put up. And the part I want to look at is how his wealth grew from 18 years old to his $81 billion today. That doesn't include the billions of dollars that he's given away to charity. So let's take a look at this guy named Warren Buffett, one of the richest, wisest, smartest investors in the world.
천재다, 이 사람은 진짜. 야, 이런 사람은 진짜 어디서 나오는 거야? 장기 투자 신. for Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett.
Massive wealth. So at the age of 19, he had $10,000 to his name. The first $1 million he made, he was 32 years old, give or take. Fast forward to the age of 40 years old, you'll notice he had a $34 million net worth, right? Now watch what happens here from $34 million. The next year or two, it goes from $34 million to $19 million. I think as much as we spend time talking about how rich this man is, we forget to talk about this moment in his career. Let me explain to you why. Do you know how many people in the world, when they drop from 34 million to $19 million, that's 50% of the wealth is gone, what do you think most people do? They cash out, they take their money out, they listen to news. The news is saying it's the world's coming to an end, war is coming through, this is what's going to happen, that's what's going to happen, price of oil, oh my gosh, now they take them in his career. Let me explain to you why. Do you know how many people in the world, when they drop from 34 million to $19 million, that's 50% of the wealth is gone, what do you think most people do? They cash out, they take their money out, they listen to news. The news is saying it's the world's coming to an end, war is coming through, this is what's gonna happen, that's what's gonna happen, price of oil, oh my gosh, panic, 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 panic. Everyone reacts. This guy says, I trust my discipline because I'm a long-term thinker. And watch what happens here. He goes from $19 million to $67 million to $1 billion at 56 to $81 billion today. Let me compare his net worth to some other countries in the world. Watch this here. Guatemala, he's got more than Guatemala. Costa Rica, Luxembourg, Slovenia, Serbia, Tunisia, Ghana, Uruguay, Kenya, Ethiopia, Lebanon, Bulgaria, Uzbekistan, Croatia. He's got more dollars at 56 to $81 billion today. Let me compare his net worth to some other countries in the world. Watch this here. Guatemala, he's got more than Guatemala. Costa Rica, Luxembourg, Slovenia, Serbia, Tunisia, Ghana, Uruguay, Kenya, Ethiopia, Lebanon, Bulgaria, Uzbekistan, Croatia, Lithuania. Warren Buffett is beating those countries. One human being is beating countries. I wanted to go back to Forbes 400 list back in 1982 when it first got started. Here's what it looked like. So the total net worth back in 1982 of Forbes 400 was $93 billion. You took all the 400, added it up, it was $93 billion. And the richest man on that list, Daniel Keith Ludwig, he had a net worth of
Now, what's the point of having that much money? Just try to get like few mils. It's still good for life. A few mils is good for life.
$1 billion. By the way, here's the kicker. You ready? Daniel Ludwig wouldn't be on today's Forbes 400 list. And out of the 400 names back in 1982, only 36 names are still on the list today, 35 years later. So now let's take a look at what the total net worth of today's Forbes 400 is. You ready? From $93 billion to today, $2.5 trillion. That's 5 doubles. Not just 500%, that's 5 doubles. 93 billion times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, it gives you $2.5 trillion, which tells us 35 years from now, by 2053, the Forbes 400 list total net worth is going to be $80 trillion. So it's 400 list. And out of the 400 names back in 1900 was $93 billion. You took all the 400, added it up, it was $93 billion. And the richest man on that list, Daniel Keith Ludwig, he had a net worth of $2 billion. By the way, here's the kicker. You ready? Daniel Ludwig wouldn't be on today's Forbes 400 list. And out of the 400 names back in 1982, only 36 names are still on the list today, 35 years later. So now let's take a look at what the total net worth of today's Forbes 400 is. You ready? From $93 billion to today, $2.5 trillion. That's 5 doubles. Not just 500%, that's 5 doubles. 93 billion times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, it gives you $2.5 trillion, which tells us 35 years from now, by 2053, the Forbes 400 list total net worth is going to be $80 trillion. So the only thing you ought to be thinking about is the following thing. If 35 years from now, that number is going to be 80 trillion, what piece of that 80 trillion is going to be yours? What piece? Because think about it. If that 80 trillion is only 400 people in America, what do you think the entire net worth, the entire wealth of America, 330 million people, is going to be in the next 35 years? You know how big the opportunity is for the right person watching this. If you listen to point number 3 and you say, look, exponential growth was number 1. Got it. Positioning was number 2. Got it. Long-term thinking was number 3. Got it. If you turned off the video today, you didn't watch the rest, those 3 principles is what makes these guys the kind of money that they make. So can you really think long term, or immediately something that goes wrong, you disappear and you go panic and you go back to your corner and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening to me. But for those of you that are watching this that are saying, I want to be disciplined to be a long-term thinker, you're going to put up numbers and experience certain things in life that you thought were fantasies. But it's going to happen to a few of you. Number 4. This one I'm not going to spend a lot of time on because it's very self-explanatory. Regret minimization. I've spoken about it in a couple other videos. Minimize the number of regrets. When you look back, you don't want to be able to say, I messed up here with drugs. I did this here. I did the divorce. I did that. Oh my gosh, I got to do that. So many dumb mistakes I made that you could have prevented yourself from making. Now, for some of you that are saying, I feel bad because I just went through a divorce 3 years later, you make me feel bad. Our current president is on his third marriage. You're okay. Just minimize the amount of regrets that you're going to have because it doesn't stunt the momentum that you have. Your best friend in accumulating wealth is momentum. Don't get in the way of momentum. Water it so it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Number 5, specialized skill. Very simple. Most people generalize. This is specialized skill. You got to figure out something that you specialize in. What is it? Communication, selling, finance, real estate, hedge funds, stocks, bonds. What do you specialize in? Specialize in a skill. Most of the guys that we talk about, they specialize in a skill. Warren Buffett investing, Trump, wealth, real estate. You know, you look at Zuckerberg, social media. He understands the concept of the internet. He understands what he's doing with that. Everybody has something they specialize in. What's your specialization? Number 6, anybody can learn this concept here. And this concept here is your contact, networking.
몰라, 사이비.
Look, I can take my business back to 1990. When I went to a man's house who was a millionaire and he had a big party and I made a lot of relationships. After the relationship, 2 years later, he introduced me to a guy that introduced me to a guy in 2003. That contact is what led me to making $30 million just off of one sale. You know, I went to an insurance conference a few years ago, met a guy. We didn't hit it off. We had a terrible call together one time. I'm talking a 5-minute call that was horrible call. I said, we'll never do business with this guy. He came back and said, I still want your business. What can we do to make this work? We made it work. Fast forward. He's the one that ended up putting me in contact with De La Hoya and a couple other guys that raised $10 million for a business. These were contacts. We networked. We went through it. You look at Zuckerberg. He goes to Harvard, meets a kid named Edward, meets the Winklevoss brothers. That leads to Facebook. You look at Warren Buffett, who networks and meets a guy named Charlie Munger, who he thinks is smarter than he is, and that brain goes together build the empire that they built. Everything's about networking and your contacts, especially if you want to increase your wealth. Let me put it to you this way. It is very difficult for a billionaire to befriend somebody that's worth $20,000. Very difficult. You know why? Because the experiences are different and the level of thinking is different. If you hang with a billionaire, you're $20,000, somehow, some way it's going to get higher. Somehow, some way this thing gets higher because you're borrowing their thinking. You're borrowing who they know. You're borrowing their association. So if networking is an area you struggle with, I made a video titled How to Network Like Casanova. Go click on a link below and watch that video. How to network like Casanova. Number 7, leverage. Everybody watching this leverages other people. Let me explain to what I mean by this. A father watching TV or football on a Sunday leverages his son and says, son, get me a beer. That's leverage. A person who goes to a restaurant and sits to have food with another friend leverages the waiter or the waitress and says, can you please give me a Diet Coke and a bone-in ribeye and lobster mac and cheese, and that's for me. Thank you so much. You leverage the waiter or the waitress, and in return for the leverage, you pay 20 points, 20% of the bill to that waitress. That's leverage. Everybody leverages, except the wealthy and the rich do it at the highest levels. Let me explain to you. You can only work 20 hours in a day. The hardest working person in the world is limited to 24 hours in a day. You can't work more than 24 hours in a day. But they realize if you really want to leverage time, if I want to work 2,000 hours in a day, I need 250 people who work 8 hours in a day. It's basic math. 20,000 hours in a day, I need 2,500 employees. 200,000 hours in a day, I need 25,000 employees. And they keep leveraging over and over and over and over again. And it gives them an unfair advantage over everybody else. However, there's not a single person.
사업. 돈으로 돈을 모아야 돼. 돈으로 돈을 굴려야 돼.
They can't apply that concept either because you're already doing it at the lower level. Why not do it at a higher level? Number 8. This next one is about reinvesting their money, meaning they make their money work for them 24/7. I did a video.
노동소득이 자원소득이 노동소득을 너무 지나치게 뛰어넘어 벌써 이 대한민국은 의미가 없어요.
Titled How to Double Your Money. This is the area where they've mastered on how to double their money constantly over and over again. Money doesn't sit for too long for them. And if it is, it's intentional because they believe a downturn is coming around the corner, or they buy puts because they believe the market's about to go down. But money's always working for these guys. It doesn't just sit around, allowing the bank to use that money to make money. They make that money work for them. Number 9, Sam Walton had 4 kids. His port say, it is not fair for a kid to get all the money from his daddy or his mommy. Wait a minute. Let me ask you this question. If your mom or your dad was worth $160 billion, would it be unfair if she gave you $40 billion of it? Would you be upset? Would you say, Mom, it's not fair for you to give me $40 billion? It's always unfair if it's the other guy's kid, right? Why don't we position ourselves better so our kids get the wealth? Because I watched a video the other day. A guy was in, southern part of Chicago, a bad community, was teaching all these guys that are trying to make their lives better. He was teaching them the fact that life insurance transfers wealth to their families. So rich people buy as much life insurance as they can, because when they die, their kids get $10 million, $8 million, $6 million, $5 million, and the kid has an opportunity and advantage against everybody else that he's competing against. What's wrong with that? They understand wealth transfer. This is why you see families that become richer and richer and richer, because the wealth keeps transferring to the next generation over and over and over again. Something everybody watching this can do. You just got to be intentional about it. And last but not least, number 10. I've been talking about this war in a lot of videos lately, whether it's with Arthur Laffer, the former economist for Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Jack Kim, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We talk about this topic a lot, whether it was with the mayor of Frisco, how they took the city from 5,000 people back in 1990, 1991 to 180,000 people, or whether it was Jerry Springer or Dennis Prager. We talked about this topic, and that is taxes. I'm going to keep talking about taxes until you pay attention to taxes, because it's a big difference. Let me explain to you. In the state of California,
Would you recommend investing in oil then? Is that something that you personally invest in?
Let me just say it again. I used to be on CNBC. When I say I don't invest in anything they can print, I don't invest in this, stocks.
This guy's right. He doesn't invest in anything that they can print. Stocks, bonds.
ETFs.
I'm an entrepreneur. Stocks, bonds.
I'm an entrepreneur. I start gold mines. I start oil wells. I invest in cattle. Wagyu cattle.
Yeah.
You know why? Because every time the cattle that
I don't invest in anything that they can print. I don't invest in anything that they can print. 찍어낼 수 있는 거는 얼마든지 찍어낼 수 있어. 가짜 돈이야. 그래서 다 잃어버려요. 가짜 돈. 뭐 가짜 돈이야, 가짜 돈. 가짜 돈. 노예들을 구하는 것이 가짜 돈이야. 자본도 있어. 의미가 없어, 의미가. 가짜 돈 얼마나 찍어낼 수 있어.
Wagyu bull breeds. I can see the free cash flow. I trust the Wagyu cattle run Joe Biden.
Oh. The rich will get richer and richer. We cannot stop, bro. Rich will always get rich. Rich will always get richer, bro. I can't, bro.
Would you recommend investing in oil then? Is that something that you personally invest in?
Let me just say it again, I used to be on CNBC. When I say I don't invest in anything they can print, I don't invest in this, stocks, bonds. ETFs. I'm in.
The whole thing is designed to keep you poor. They've been hypnotized into being poor, and you put it in the stock market. You're in pensions, right? So let's say I put $100 in a pension plan. I might not ever get it back, so you could lose it. So the question I always say is, well, when do I get my money back? And the average person go to school, save money, and invest in pension. You never get your money back. I think the stock market is for losers. Why would you put money in the stock market when it's manipulated? That's what I think about. So I'm always watching the manipulation going on behind.
I wouldn't touch a stock. I don't touch mutual funds. I don't touch ETFs. You know why? It only makes them rich. If you're a rich dad quoted it says your house is not an asset. Why? Because for 30 years they own their house, you're sending money to the bank, right? So when you have a 401k or a retirement plan and all this, and let's say you start at 20 and retire at 65. And for 45 years you're going to send that money to buy stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs. I wouldn't touch a stock. I don't touch mutual funds. I don't touch ETFs. You know why? It only makes them. If you're a rich dad quoted it says your house is not an asset. Why? Because for 30. Years and they own that house, you're sending money to the bank, right? So when you have a 401k or a retirement plan and all this, let's say you start at 20 and you retire at 60. For 45 years, you're going to send that money to buy stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and savings. Stupid. I want my assets putting money in my pocket. I don't want to buy a house and take money from my pocket. Most retirement plans aren't assets, they're liabilities. Because it's being cashed out of that person's pocket for 40. And there were one more asked me, says, what's the best investment? Because real estate's coming down, stocks are coming down. And I held this, I just got it. I held it up. And a little women onto it. Oh, I should invest in that. I said, yes. Give me this. They looked at me and said, give you $3 for that. I said, yes. And then Brian said, why would I give you $3 for that? I said, okay, give me $2.
Do you think that our stock market is a bubble? Oh, it's criminal. I mean, the only reason they gave the CEOs all that money is so they can repurchase their stock. So let's say I'm IBM or Ford. You give me $1 million, right? So I borrow $5 million from the Ford's treasury. I buy $6 million of my stock. It jacks the stock price up. It's all floating on debt. And you think this is on its way down? Let me just say this much. Markets go up and markets come down. It's coming down. Do you think that our stock market is a bubble? Oh, it's criminal. I mean, the only reason they gave the CEOs all that money is so they can repurchase their stock. So let's say I'm IBM or Ford. You give me $1 million, right? So I borrow $5 million from the Ford's treasury. I buy $6 million of my stock. It jacks the stock price up. It's all floating on debt. And you think this is on its way down? Let me just say this much. Markets go up and markets come down. It's coming down. Do you think that our stock market is a bubble? Oh, it's criminal. I mean, the only reason they gave the CEOs all that money is so they can repurchase their stock. So let's say I'm IBM or Ford. You give me $1 million, right? So I borrow $5 million from the Ford's treasury. I buy $6 million of my stock. It jacks the stock price up. It's all floating on debt. And you think this is on its way down? Let me just say this much. Markets go up and markets come down. It's
I would have.
Here's some dumb advice from Robert Kiyosaki. Check this
You
out.
know why? It's only makes them rich. If you read Rich Dad Poor Dad, it says your house is not an asset. Why? Because for 30 years when you owned that house, you're sending money to the
Okay,
bank, right? So when you have a 401k or a retirement plan and all this, now let's say you start at 20 and you're going to retire at 65. For 45 years, you're going to send that money to buy stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs.
Right, because it's an asset. Because you make money
I
with it.
want my assets putting money in my pocket. And the reason I like real estate is I kind of have to do it on my own. You know, I'm not buying there's a thing called REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust. So you can invest in real estate via paper, which is REITs. You can invest in gold via, GLD. And so I'm not saying it's wrong, but I don't have a 401k. I don't save money, and I don't invest. The stock market. I am an entrepreneur. I can create my own asset. I own my own gold mines. I own my own silver mines. I took one of my gold mines public last summer in 2022 on the New York Stock Exchange. It's the richest gold mine in America.
stock, sports, and trading is in general is really the best way to get rich from scrapes. Really?
Apple or Tesla, if you had the money to buy it.
What's that?
The companies, if you had the money to buy. Apple or Tesla, what would you buy?
I just told you I don't invest in the stock market.
But in companies, in
I'm going
business,
to invest in
either of them.
No. So I'll get my money back. I want my money back.
Okay. Gold or Bitcoin?
Gold.
Gold.
Fight or flight?
That's a stupid question.
Sometimes people that fight lose.
So what? What's wrong with losing?
Okay.
Question what you've been taught, and you ask me superficial questions rather than why wouldn't I invest in Apple or Tesla? See, that's a more important question.
That's an open question. You can do
But why wouldn't I invest in them?
because you don't get your money back.
Yes.
This guy's a bit weird. My wife or your wife. I want my money back. We should report that. I want my money back. Me after reading Rich Dad Poor. I want my money back. We worked for years to have 1 mil. Well, some people I know put thousands of dollars in some meme coins and they're millionaires. That's life.
Apple.
Well, in one of your YouTube videos, you actually said that you're currently $600 million in debt. No, 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. Okay. There we go.
This guy's so weird.
Well, in one of your
Our system is called the fractional reserve system. The fractional reserve system is also printing money. Then they tell you to save money. So they want you to save money so they can lend out your money 10 times. So your dollar became worthless 10 times over. And then they used to pay you 10% interest on your money. Now it's at best 1%. And they're still lending out 10 times. So that's why you don't save money. It's because your money is becoming worth less and less and less and less and less. The banks are getting richer and richer and richer. Then they tax you on that interest they pay you. That 1% interest, if they pay you that much. Japan is 0. And the Japanese are so stupid, they still save money.
We also have 0.
And they still save money. How stupid is that? So that's what I question. So how come that happens? Now, if I borrow money, guess what? Do I pay taxes on debt?
I guess no.
Why's that?
I know.
This is what I'm saying. Okay, question everything.
Okay.
So when they lend out money, that's how money is created. Money is debt.
Money is debt.
How do you store value then? Because we all work and we have let's say a lifespan of when we are productive, and then comes retirement, and you retired early.
Because I don't follow the go to school, get a job, work hard, see. So that's hypnosis. They hypnotize people into being employees who will work hard, pay taxes, save money, get out of debt, and invest in the stock market. Until you question those things, who will work hard, pay taxes, save money, get out of debt, and invest in the stock market. Until you question those things, those words, you'll be a poor person. So when they lend out, why is debt tax-free?
I don't know.
Because that's how money is created.
debt 주식은 별로 안 좋네. 주식 말고 사업을 해야 돼요. 사업. 아이디어나 계속 창출해놔. 컴퓨터 이런 거 필요하다.
And so the banks love it. They love people borrow lots of money. So how do I get rich? I borrow money. And I buy assets with it. The poor person borrows money and buys liabilities like purses, cars, houses, and they get poorer and poorer and poorer. But I use debt. I borrowed $300 million after the crash, dollars. In 2000, by 2010, I borrowed $300 million to buy real estate. That made me rich. And the interest rates kept coming down, so my cost of money kept coming down. And so everybody else is saying, oh, you should get out of debt. You know why? Because they don't question the hypnosis they're under. You've been hypnotized to work hard for money, to save it. The fractional reserve system prints it. You've been hypnotized to work hard for money, to save it. The fractional reserve system prints it. And then they pay taxes and taxes, so I have all this debt, and I get rich. So the question is, how do you learn to use debt to get rich? Because they tell you not to get out of debt. So all I'm saying to you is, if a person does not question what they've been taught, they will always be poor. They've been hypnotized into being poor. Then you put it in the stock market. In pensions, right? So let's say I put $100 in a pension plan. When do I get that money back?
Most Romanians don't even dream of getting to pension now.
Most expensive universities. 비싼 대학 중. England. England, US. 영국 대학 학비. 옥스퍼드, 에딘버그, 임페리얼 콜리지 런던. 학비 비싼 나라. 영국, 미국, 일본, 캐나다. Why you want to go to Toronto? I don't know, bro. 그럼 어쩌라고요?
I understand that. But it's not just Romanians, the case here is worldwide. This is why I think, this is why I work, this is why I teach. You have to question what they're teaching. So I put my money in a pension. I might not ever get it back. It's because lose it. So the question I always say is, well, when do I get my money back? And the average person has been hypnotized. Go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, and invest in a pension. And you never get your money back. The whole thing was designed to keep you poor. So that's why I argue with you, until a person questions what's already been put in their head. And that's what my poor dad put in my head. Go to school, get a job, work hard. And that's America. The same as Romania. It's not any different. You save money, put it in the stock market. You never get your money back.
We all look up to the American dream. Is it all fake? I'm coming down to your book now because.
No, please let me finish, okay?
Okay.
Until you question what's already in your head, and that's America. The same as Romania. It's not any different. You save money, put it in the stock market. You never get your money back.
We all look up to the American dream. Is it all fake? I'm coming down to your book now because.
No, please let me finish, okay?
Okay.
Until you question what's already in your head, you will do what's already in your head.
Okay.
I don't know if people are Christian or not, but it's in the Bible because the words become flesh. Go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, get out of debt, invest in the stock market, buy a house, buy a car. Until you question that, you're hypnotized. You'll be a poor person all your life.
Okay, 6 very short questions. So, what would you choose between Apple or Tesla if you had the money to buy it?
What's that?
The companies. If you had the money to buy Apple or Tesla, what would you buy?
I just told you I don't invest in the stock market.
but in companies, in
I wouldn't
businesses,
invest in either of them.
either of them.
No, so I'll get my money back. I want my money back.
Okay. Gold or Bitcoin?
Gold.
Fight or flight?
That's a stupid question.
Sometimes people that fight lose.
So what? What's wrong with losing?
Okay.
Question what you've been taught, and you ask me superficial questions rather than why wouldn't I invest in Apple or Tesla? See, that's a more important question.
That's an open question. You can do
But why wouldn't I invest in them?
because you don't get your money back.
Yes,
I'm starting to learn.
yes. I can make money much faster than Apple or Tesla.
Right.
And I would use debt. I wouldn't use my money.
But do you think they
For Tesla.
Yes, I can make money much faster than Apple or Tesla. And I would use debt. I wouldn't use my money.
But do you think they use their money to grow?
Of course not. Look at Amazon. This guy Bezos, right? He's one of the richest men in the world. Do you think he pays any taxes?
He doesn't even pay much profit to his investors.
Do you think Bezos became a billionaire paying taxes?
I wouldn't bet on that.
He doesn't pay taxes. Trump doesn't pay taxes. I don't pay taxes. So the question is, how do guys like us do it is the question you should be asking.
Because the rich people make the rules.
We study different things. But I wouldn't go to school.
I appreciate you for taking the time.
Thank you. Thanks for putting up with me.
I appreciate you challenging people all the time through your interviews and your workshops and everything. I got so much out of your books, and I'm going to keep on reading. I'm not that smart. I'm not quite smart enough for that.
Please question what you've been taught.
I've been doing that, and for the past year, for example, I stopped saving money and putting money into a company instead of saving into a personal account, let's say.
That's good. Making some changes. Congratulations.
Small changes.
Yes.
But I'm talking to a very large audience. We can all taught to do the stuff you said. So they need to start somewhere.
And that's why I said challenge what you've been taught. Why would you go to school when you learn nothing about money? Why would you pay taxes?
That's a very tough question, and we have that issue. But
it's not just Romania, it's worldwide. You see, please understand, it's not just Romania.
Hello everyone, for the dangerous for everyone.
No, it doesn't.
And it's not covered in anything. It's the only value it has is
I don't
trust.
really want to do this interview anymore. If you want to find out what I know or tell me what you know, then don't interview me. Just you do your own stupid show. I'm trying to tell you something here, and you want to tell me how smart you are. That's very egotistical.
I'm here because I'm stupid. Let's get
Well,
that
then let
straight.
me explain something then, damn it.
Let's do it.
The most difficult and awkward interview I've seen so far.
Why do you think Bitcoin is going to survive all of this?
You're asking the wrong guy. In financial education, there's fundamental trading and technical is up and down. So when I saw Bitcoin go to 20,000, I don't know what it was. Then it dropped down to $1, so it's toast. But then it came roaring back. So and when it hit 6,000, I bought 60 Bitcoin at 6,000. I think today it's at 20,000.
Yeah, it's around about 21,000.
Yeah, but so the more I'm in it, the more I realize it has sustainability. So the reason people buy Bitcoin is the same reason I buy this and I buy this, is I don't trust it.
Do you think that our stock market is a bubble?
Oh, it's criminal.
After the crash of 2008, the banks gave you $300 million tax-free to buy real estate that the idiots had lost. They were idiots because the prices were so high. Why would you buy it at the top of a market? Don't you know that's going to crash? They driven the price of real estate so high, and the rest of us were just waiting. So Wall Street gave us hundreds of millions of dollars to mop up all that real estate these guys had lost. Now, it's fair because everybody could do it. That's what's going on in the world today. It's fake money, fake teachers, fake assets. The school teachers will never tell you
Fake money, fake teachers, fake assets.
because they don't know it. My poor dad never knew that, and they think the rich are crooks.
The stock market will never make you rich. If you don't believe me, what I want you to do, go to a compound. The stock market will never make you rich. If you don't believe me, what I want you to do, go to a compound interest calculator and choose whatever interest rate you think the stock market will return you. Let's say 8%. And then I want you to figure out how long will it take you to even have $1 million, which is not rich. Probably going to take you at least 20 to 30 years. That
Wow.
is not a fast enough investment vehicle to actually retire young and to enjoy your life. Instead, you need to do something like real estate or building your business or
True. Business, 사업 아니면 real estate. 유튜브도 사업이지. Preferably both. General rule of thumb: invest in pennies, you get pennies. Invest millions, you get millions. Stock market will not make you rich unless you're very aggressive with the amount you invest. But individual stocks will absolutely get you rich if you know how to analyze businesses. I agree with this dude.
And that's exactly what Forex is. When you do Forex, you can still get your money instantly. You can still use it. You can still cash out anytime you want. No one takes the money away from you. You still have control of the money. But it allows you to turn your money into more money. Even if you have $100, you make 10%, still $10. You still do that. Like you're don't make money. And that's exactly what Forex is. When you do Forex, you can still get your money instantly. You can still use it. You can still cash out anytime you want. No one takes the money away from you. You still have control of the money. But even me, man, like I made a bunch of money in the commercial real
Now, I'm sure you all heard of Andrew Tate before, and whether you have positive or negative views on his outlook on life, the thing you can't deny is that he's extremely wealthy, right? If you Google his net worth, it's roughly around $300 to $400 million. So I want you guys to actually listen to this snippet where he talks about how he made billions of dollars trading currencies when the ruble actually rebacked itself against gold.
I'm trying to explain to you, when they tell you get out of debt, that's stupid because the money is debt.
Hello everyone, for the next half hour we'll be talking to Robert Kiyosaki. He's a very famous entrepreneur.
Money is debt. True. True.
Talking to people all over the world about how to become a successful business person. He is very tough, he's very blunt, but I hope you'll enjoy it and get something out of this interview. Let's get into it. Mr. Kiyosaki, welcome to Romania. My name is George Buknic, and it's an honor to meet you because not many people know what you do for a living. Most of the time you're a businessman, but you're also writing books and talking to people about business development, personal development. I'm not so sure. You get them intertwined.
Correct.
So how is it? How do you feel Romania? How has been your time here for the past 2 days, I understand?
Well, I came to Romania because my favorite relative is Romanian, and she was from Romania, and then she went to Paris during World War II and became the prima ballerina of Paris.
Okay.
And then after the war, she moved to America and she married my uncle. So she's Romanian, but she married a Japanese uncle.
Okay.
And I went to school in New York in 1965. And her name is, I call her Aunt Lydia. And
what's her name?
Lydia.
Lydia, of course.
Yeah, Bizanti. And she was my role model for women. She's beautiful, vivacious, artistic, businesswoman. And during World War II, she fought for the French resistance because she didn't like the Russians.
She's a hero.
Oh yeah, she was
an artist and a hero.
Yeah, so during one night she had to drink with the Russians or something. And that was a powerful, smart woman. So she's from England. She talked about how depressed he was and unhappy, whereas she was happy in New York.
Okay.
So a lot of that, so I'm here because of her, my Aunt Lydia. And so I've always wanted to see Romania because she said it was as beautiful as Paris and Bucharest.
So now you're mixing business with pleasure. You came to see the country, but you're also working.
I'm always working. I never stop working.
You never stop?
No.
Because you're not working for money, so you never stop.
Well, I'm a military officer. If you understand history, the reason I pay no taxes is because I borrow. I'm a debtor. And check this out. I mean, all you communists out there, check this stuff out. I am a billionaire in debt. You know why? Because I get tax breaks for borrowing money. And the reason I am so rich is because I'm in debt. And my friend Dave Ramsey says, live debt free. Well, you're an idiot. I mean, he's my friend, but I say, Dave, I like debt. He says, I know, but most people can't handle debt. I said, I agree, but that's why there's no financial education in schools, because if you knew how to handle debt, you wouldn't save that crappy dollar you have in your hand. I'd rather borrow the money, military school. Well, there's two kinds of debt. Now, this is basic financial education, or financial literacy, I call it. There's good debt and bad debt. Good debt is debt that somebody else pays off for you. So when I buy an apartment house with my friend Kenny, I don't pay for it. The bank lends us the money and debt is tax-free, right? So let's say we put $1 billion down to buy a $5 million apartment house. So we now have a $5 million asset and our tenants pay for it. That's good debt. But I take out my credit card to go eat sushi, that's bad debt because I got to pay for it. Just to work. I am a billionaire in debt. You know why? For a mission. And check this out. I mean, all you communists investors out there, check this stuff out. I am a big, what's your mission?
Weirdo.
And making money is really easy. I don't understand what the big deal is. So I retired a long time ago. I had more than enough
What
time.
was the age you retired at? Again, for the people.
47.
47.
My wife is 37.
I'm planning on 45.
Good.
You're fighting jet lag the right way. You're working.
I'm not fighting jet lag. I don't know what your obsession with jet lag is.
I don't know how you can travel so much. You're
I don't give a shit. That's why.
okay.
I mean, I don't think about petty things. You know what I mean?
Tired at 45.
What do you think about petty things?
What do you think about now?
Just leave me alone. You know, I just think about the economy, business,
Okay.
world affairs. I want to. My job is to make complex financial systems simple enough so the average person can understand it. That is extremely difficult because most people are brainwashed when it comes to money. Go to school, get a job, work hard. 6 basic words to financial literacy and financial education. And the 6 words again are income, expense, asset, liability. And the last 2 words are the words cash flow. And that's why the game is called cash flow. And the secret to being rich is not a college education, but can you control cash flow? 6 basic words to financial literacy and financial education. And the 6 words again are income. Expense, pay your tax. You don't buy gold coins to make money. You buy gold coins because the dollar is going to go down. I don't trust the dollar. For most of my life, I've saved gold and silver. And everybody can buy a $20 silver piece. Everybody can afford $20. And will they do it? No. They'll be a Starbucks sucking it down instead. You don't buy gold coins to make money. You buy gold coins because the dollar is going to go to save money, get up, buy low, sell high, but I never sell. I borrow out. You see, what happens is, let me give the same example. I buy Bitcoin or a property at $1 million property, and it goes up to 10. I'll borrow it at 5. Those 5, that fell $5 million. I still have the property. I haven't sold it. I have no taxable event because I didn't sell it. So that $5 million is tax free because it's debt. You see, debt is the key. And guys, oh, I live debt free. It means you're a stupid monkey. That's what it means. You just been a puppet on a string taught by school teachers and financial plan.
Use debt.
Of debt, buy a house, and invest in the stock market. Everybody who follows that program is. But the reason I had to learn to raise money was because I had the money. And so if you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, in there, my rich dad always said, never say I can't afford it. And it was my rich dad and many of my teachers subsequent to that, they said, lazy people always say I can't afford it. I don't have the money. That's why they're poor. They have a poor mindset. But there isn't. Been brainwashed. The reason I make more money is because it's not what I'm doing what I love. I do sometimes what I hate so I can have the assets that I love. I love having a business. You know, if I didn't have a business, you wouldn't be here. Darren wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have a CEO and president. I wouldn't have accountants. I wouldn't have attorneys.
So the business affords me the lifestyle I want. The reason I make more money is because it's not what I'm doing. The reason I make more money is because if you read Rich Dad Poor Dad, Rich Dad's lesson number 1, rich don't work for money. Don't touch that stuff.
You said when someone gives you a paycheck, something inside of a person just shuts off.
They've already sucked the life out of your paycheck. The people that are being screwed today are the poor middle class because they work for money. You know, the bankers, they're not working for money.
They have money working for them.
Very big difference in mentality. Because the moment you corrupt money, the very thing that everybody works for, saves, counts on, they were screwed anyway. And our school system's fake money, fake teachers, fake assets, part of that same system. Government, education, Wall Street.
And most poor people confuse assets for liabilities. They think their home is an asset, it's actually a liability.
Right. So I own 7,000 rental properties. Those are assets every month. The cash flows in. Whereas many people have the big house on the hill and the cash is flowing out.
Right.
And they're going broke.
And most poor people confuse assets for liabilities. They think their home is an asset.
The three major categories of investment. The first category is anything denominated in a currency. It could be bonds, it could be deposits in a bank, it could be a money market fund, it could be cash in your pocket. And the second category of investments regard items that you buy that don't produce anything, but that you hope someone will pay you more for later on. And the classic case of that is gold. The third category of asset is something that you value based on its what it will produce, what it will deliver. You buy a farm because you expect a certain amount of corn or soybeans or cotton or whatever it may be to come your way every year. And you decide how much you pay based on how much you
Okay. Tell that to the Romanians that come from a former communist country. We are 30 years into transition.
Americans believe the same things, not just Romanians, worldwide. It's because of the system that controls the world economy. And guys like you can't even see it. You're thinking about money. I don't even care about money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never go to school, get a job, work hard, save money.
그러니까 계속 걔로 좀 이지랄 하는데 그건 가짜인 거야. 내면 또 씨발 새끼. Fuck you. 다 그 지랄이야. 중장추는 적이 아니라 시스템을 구축하는 거지. What do you mean a job? Jobs are fucking for slaves, bro. Jobs are slavery. It's modern slavery is what it is. Go to your job, according to Tate. Just keep the system, buddy.
If I was working a normal job, right? Let's say I worked at a sandwich store. And I'm not shitting on the average guy who does average work. I'm not doing that at all. Any work is respectable and it's hard out here. I'm going to carry garbage. It's hard to make money. As much as I would do my job to the best of my ability, I'd also be very, very understanding of the fact that my job doesn't even about me. They don't care about me. They never will. If they have to sack me or fire me to keep their business functioning, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to let me starve. If I was working a normal job, right? Let's say I worked at a sandwich store. And I'm not shitting on the average guy who does average.
Hey, Mr. Tate, is it still okay /
My work history. I think so many of you out there, you're existing in your peasant life. You wake up when the alarm goes off. You go to your job. Sorry. Hi, boss. Okay, you go to your job. That's crazy. You get paid your wages, and you're like, how did Tate get all that money? That guy has $100 million, and here I am. My entire life is work. It's all work. Life is work. Existence is work. I'm awake, I'm working. Every single thing I do is conscious. Most people who come to me and say, oh, I'd love to be rich. No, you wouldn't. You'd love to be rich. Now people say, well, I don't know what to work on. I say, no. And the reason that's a lie is because there's always more work to do. When you sit there, all my work's done. You have to try to find it. You could always find it. I don't give a shit. I'm a carpenter. I'm a carpenter. And I say, drug business. No, I don't want to do that. I want to say, there you go. There's your fucking answer. My entire life is work. It's all work.
I was making between 1,000 and 1,500 British pounds every week. Company's top sale.
If you get 20 people, 20 full-grown men in a room, and they can trust each other completely and nobody's out to save you, even if all 20 are working normal jobs, but they pool their spare income, you will be rich. The problem is finding 20 people you can trust. 20 people with normal jobs, even with normal jobs, you could pool your spare income, you could buy cryptocurrencies, you could buy houses, you could do whatever you want to do, and you would find a way to escape and make it. If you get 20 people, 20 full-grown men in a room, and they can
out of debt, buy a house, and invest. Washed. Okay.
Tell that to the Romanians that come from a former communist country. We are 30 years into transition.
Americans believe the same thing. It's not just Romanians, worldwide. It's because of the system that controls the world economy.
True.
And guys like you.
비즈니스가 필요한데 사업을 해야 되는데 폭발적인 걸 해야 되는데 사업 자금 필요.
You can't even see it. You're thinking about money. I don't even care about money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, get out of debt, buy a house, and invest in the stock market. I do it controls the world economy. And guys like you can't even see it. You're thinking about money. I don't even care.
How do I do e-commerce?
About money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never control the world economy. And guys like you can't even see it. You're thinking about money. I don't even care about money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, get out of debt, buy a house.
Dude, what school did Robert Kiyosaki go to? Trump?
And invest in this. I don't even care about money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, get out of debt, buy a house, and invest in the stock market. I do everything. I would never go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, get out of debt, buy a. I don't even care about money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never go to school, get a job, work hard.
Get a job, work hard.
Save money, get out of. I don't even care about money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, get out of debt, buy a house, and invest in the stock market. I do everything exactly opposite.
What do you do? What should a Romanian that he's been fighting for communism to survive, and now he's into transition and doesn't understand this about capital?
Well, everything is the opposite of what they're teaching you in school. I wouldn't go to school.
And what would you do?
I would study money. I understand.
Yes, because they don't teach money in schools.
Correct. Understand that money is debt. And until you get out of debt, until you get out of money. In 1971, if you read my books, because I don't think you have. In 1971, the US dollar became debt. The
돈은 빚이에요.
US dollar is the reserve currency of the world. I don't know if you know what that means. What does it mean?
It's very dangerous.
It became debt. The US dollar is the reserve currency of the world. I don't know if you know what that means. What does it mean?
It's very dangerous for everyone.
No, it doesn't.
And it's not covered in anything. It's the only value it has is
I don't
trust.
really want to do this interview anymore. If you read my books, because I don't think you have. In 1971, the US dollar became debt. The US dollar is the reserve currency of the world. I don't know if you know what that means. What does it mean?
It's very dangerous for everyone.
No, it doesn't.
And it's not covered in anything. It's the only value it has is
I don't
trust.
really want to do this interview anymore. If you want to find out what I know or tell me what you know, then don't enter until you get out of debt, until you get out of money. In 1971, if you read my books, because I don't think you have. In 1971, the US dollar became debt. The US dollar is the reserve currency of the world. I don't know if you know what that means. What does it mean?
It's very dangerous for everyone.
No, it doesn't.
And it's not covered in anything. It's the only value it has.
That means. What does it mean?
It's very dangerous for everyone.
No, it doesn't.
And it's not covered in anything. It's the only value it has is
I don't
trust.
really want to do this interview anymore. If you want to find out what I know or tell me what you know, then don't interview me. Just you do your own stupid show. I I'm trying to tell you something here, and you want to tell me how smart you are. That's very egotistical.
I'm here because I'm stupid. Let's get
Well,
that
then let
straight.
me explain something then, damn it.
Let's do it.
I'm trying to explain to you, when they tell you get out of debt, that's stupid because the money is debt.
True.
And the only way money gets out of debt is via taxes. So all the people who work for money, Red Rich Dad Poor Dad, what's lesson number one?
Rich people don't work for money.
Correct. Money is debt.
그런 게 돼. Rich people don't work for money, bro. They don't work for money. Money is debt, bro. 돈은 debt라고. Money is debt. Rich people don't work for money, bro. Money is debt.
I use debt as money. And everybody thinks getting in debt is bad. Well, who told you that? I think the stock market is for losers. Why would you put money in the stock market when it's manipulated? That's what I think.
Rich people don't work for money.
Correct. Money is debt. I use debt as money. And everybody
Debt as money. 잠깐 이거 일리가 있어, 이 사람 하는 말이. 좀 들어봐 좀. 집중 좀 해.
thinks
Rich people don't work for money.
stupid because the money is debt.
I'm here because I'm stupid. Let's get
Well,
that
then let me
straight.
explain something then, damn it.
Let's do it.
I'm trying to explain to you, when they tell you get out of debt, that's stupid because the money is debt. And the only way money gets out of debt is via taxes. So all the people who work for money, Red Rich Dad Poor Dad, what's lesson number one?
Rich people don't work for money.
Correct. Money is debt. I use debt as money. And everybody thinks getting in debt is bad. Well, who told you that? I think the stock market is for losers. What? I use debt as money. And everybody thinks getting in debt is bad. Well, who told you that? I think
Oh, cause that doesn't have taxes, bro. Right, that doesn't have taxes. 진짜 맞는 말이네. Oh, he's speaking the truth. That doesn't have taxes. That is not bad. That doesn't have taxes. 빚은 세금이 없기 때문이야. 진짜 맞는 말이네.
the stock market is for losers. Why would you put money in the stock market when it's manipulated? That's what I think about. So I'm always watching the manipulation going on behind the scenes. That's what my brain is focusing on all the time. And I don't pay taxes. Question is, how is it I don't pay taxes? I can tell you. That's an important question, because most Romanians and most people in the United States cheat on their taxes because they hate taxes so much. But you don't have to cheat on taxes if you understood how money was working. You think Donald Trump pays taxes? No.
Nobody has seen his tax returns.
Yeah, I know him. He's my friend. We don't pay. Most Romanians and most people in the United States cheat on their taxes because they hate taxes so much. But you don't have to cheat on taxes if you understood how money was working. You think Donald Trump pays taxes? No.
Nobody has seen his tax returns.
Yeah, I know him. He's my friend. We don't pay taxes. That's the question. How is it we do that? That's an intelligent question. The reason you can't ask me this question because you don't know how I do it. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm constantly thinking about how do I make money? How do I serve more people? How do I create new businesses, make more money, and pay less taxes and serve more people? That's what I'm thinking about. I'm constantly thinking about how do I make money? How do I serve more people? How do I create new businesses, make more money, and pay less taxes and serve more people?
Okay, so you said you're a friend of Donald Trump, and do you agree with his economical policies? Because now
I don't want to talk about Donald Trump. You can go talk about whatever you want to talk about. I want to talk about what I know about.
Well, it's supposed to be an interview. and I'm trying to
Yeah,
give a
but
little
talk
context to
about
my
what you want
viewers.
to talk about. I don't want to talk about Donald Trump.
Okay, what would you like to talk about?
I just told you money and debt.
Money and debt.
Money,
Okay.
debt, and taxes, because that's what money is.
Okay.
And the person's been told to go to school, get a job, and work hard. You're going to pay taxes. Why? Because you work for money. So the question about how does a person not work for money and pay no taxes?
So I was trying to give a little context to my viewers. Romanians don't understand so much about capitalism. And from what I'm reading and what I'm learning, most of Americans also, they shift from understanding capitalism as freedom to thinking of it as in a bad way. What should the people understand about this way of living? Because we cannot all be entrepreneurs. Some people need to get some jobs. Or should we all try and look at how we can change our lives in the way you show it in your books and your keynotes?
It's up to the person. It's up to the person. It's a free choice. You want to be an employee, you choose to be an employee. You want to be an entrepreneur, you choose to be an entrepreneur, but you've got to study. They're two different people. What you have to study is different. Mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, they're different people. An entrepreneur is extremely different than an employee. But it's a different study. The trouble is our school system trains us to be employees. Go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, pay your taxes, get out of debt, and invest in the stock market. That makes you poor.
You've had the chance to be taught early. You've been challenged early. Most people don't get that chance. Where should people start?
Question the saying I just gave you. Go to school. What do you learn about money?
The fact that you just told me that you need to go to get a job to have money.
I didn't say that. You said that.
I said that. This is what we've been told.
Yes, so go to school, get a job. Question that.
Okay. So if I'm starting to question that, if a young person is looking, yes, and they say, okay, I'm ready to challenge that. What do I tell to my father? Okay. I'm not going to school anymore.
I didn't say that. You said that.
I said that, of course.
I just said question it. What's wrong with getting a job?
I went for a job.
You said that.
I said that. This is what we've been told.
그러니까 job이라는 게 안 좋다니까. job이라는 거 안 좋아요. 왜 계속 job을 못해서 지랄인데요. job이라는 개념 자체를 버리라니까. 사업자가 되려면, 사업가가 되고 entrepreneur가 되려면 사업가, entrepreneur 되려면 job이라는 개념을 버리라니까. entrepreneur 기업가가 되려면 이 정신을 버려. 돈이란 개념 전체를 버려.
Yes, so go to school, get a job. Question that.
Okay. So if I'm starting to question that, if a young person is looking at us and they say,
e-commerce 해볼래? e-commerce.
okay, I'm ready to challenge that. What do I tell to my father? Okay, I'm not going to school anymore.
I didn't say that. You said that.
I said that, of course.
I just said question it. What's wrong with getting a job?
I went for a job to understand how the system works, but I'm not sure if it works to anyone. What's your opinion on that?
I thought you read Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Of course.
I didn't say that. You said that.
So if I'm starting to question that, if a young person is looking at us and they say, okay, I'm ready to challenge that. What do I tell to my father? Okay, I'm not going to school anymore.
I didn't say that. You said that.
I said that, of course.
I just said question it. What's wrong with getting a job?
I went for a job to understand how the system works, but I'm not sure if it works to anyone. What's your opinion on that?
I thought you read Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Of course, but not everyone.
I didn't say that. You said that.
I said that, of course.
I just said question it. What's wrong with getting a job?
I went for a job to understand how the system works, but I'm not sure sure if it works to anyone. What's your opinion? You know that?
I thought you read Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Of course, but so if I'm starting to question that, if a young person is looking at us and they say, okay, I'm ready to challenge that, what do I tell to my father? Okay, I'm not going to school anymore.
I didn't say that. You said that.
I said that, of course.
I just said question it. What's wrong with getting a job?
I went for a job to understand how the system works, but I'm not sure if it works to anyone. What's your opinion on that?
I thought you read Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Of course, but not everyone has done so. So I was trying to.
And what is lesson number 1 in Rich Dad Poor Dad?
Rich people don't work for money.
And so in your school system, so you get a job, what are you doing?
You become a slave.
You work for money.
Exactly.
And what's wrong with working for money?
That it makes you come back to work and you become a slave.
You pay taxes.
And you pay taxes, of course.
And then they tell you to save money. Why would you save money when they're printing money?
Yes! Yes! Yeah, why would you save money when they're printing money? That's what Tate said. Why the fuck would you save money when they're printing money, bro? Oh, bro. Why would you save money when they're printing money, bro? They're fucking printing this shit from the sky, bro.
Everybody's printing money now.
Why would you save money when they're printing money?
I know you don't save money. You're building businesses.
Yeah.
Why would you save money when they're printing money?
Because you didn't, I don't know.
Because that's what you've been told to do.
Of course.
So question that.
저축이란 개념을 버려야 되구나.
You see, if you cannot think, I cannot help you. I questioned all that. Why would I save money when they print money? That's what happened in 1971 when President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard. They can print as much as they like. Then they tell you so that you go to school, you get a job, you become an employee. You pay taxes because you're working for money. Then they tell you to save money. Do you know why they tell you to save money?
I don't know.
Because the system of banking, it has nothing to do with communism or capitalism. It's the banks run the world. The rich run the world. They don't care if you're communist or capitalist. So when you save, so let's say you save $1 US or €1 or 1 yen, the banking system can lend out 10. So the entire system is called the fractional reserve system. The fractional reserve system is also printing money. Then they tell you to save money. So they want you to save money so they can lend out your money 10 times. So your dollar became worthless 10 times over. And then they used to pay you 10% interest on your money. Now it's at best 1%. And they're still lending it out 10 times. So that's why you don't save money. And then they used to pay you 10% interest on your money. Now it's at best 1%. And they're still lending it out 10 times. So that's why you don't save money, is because your money is becoming worth less and less and less and less and less. The banks are getting richer and richer and richer. Then they tax you on that interest they pay you. That 1% interest, if they pay you that much. Japan is 0. And the Japanese are so stupid, they still save money.
We also have 0.
Yeah, and they still save money. How stupid is that? So that's what I question. So how come that happens? Now, if I borrow money, guess what? Do I pay taxes on debt?
I guess no.
Why's that?
I know.
So this is what I'm saying. Okay, question everything.
Okay.
So when they lend out money, that's how money is created. Money is debt.
How do you store value then? Because we all work and we have let's say a lifespan of when we are productive, and then comes retirement, and you retired early.
Because I don't follow the go to school, get a job, work hard, see that's hypnosis. They hypnotize people into being employees who will work hard, pay taxes, save money, get out of debt. And it drove people nuts. Well, Rich Dad Poor Dad, I came out in 1997 and I said, your house is not an asset. And it drove people nuts. He just went crazy on me because it's a common belief. But when you can't make your house payments, you find out it's the biggest liability you got in many of
It's turned out to be very much more correct than you even thought.
Right.
When you look at what's happened to home prices.
And Donald and I love real estate. I love real estate. I think it's the best thing going, better than sliced bread. But if you're not smart with it, it's like a loaded gun. You can protect yourself or kill yourself with it. So real estate is, to me, the best vehicle, but you've got to be smart with it because we're using debt. And debt is a two-edged sword out there. So you use debt, I use debt, but the more debt you use, actually you have to be smarter. So you can use debt to get richer. You can also use debt to wipe you out. So that's why, I continue on saying we need financial education. To just say to somebody, get out of debt, well, that's not accurate. You use debt, don't you?
Debt is a great thing, and to be big and to be very successful, debt is a very useful weapon. But you have to be very careful.
That's correct. So the other thing with when people say live below your means, you don't like to live below your means, do you?
No.
And I think when you say to somebody live below your means, you wipe their spirit out. It's like saying somebody, if you want to lose weight, go on a starvation diet. It doesn't make you healthier to starve yourself. So I would rather get financially educated. That's why I read your books, because this is my greatest asset. I want to feed my brain so that I can expand my means without getting into excessive debt or where I start to lose. Because debt, like they say, is a two-edged sword. But telling somebody to live below your means is almost inhumane. I never felt good doing it. I wanted to strive to do better every day. I want to do better every day. I like the good life. Like I tell the story of taxiing underneath your jet. I was in my jet, but it was a little Learjet. And I look up and there's a 727, and I taxi under it. I said, holy mackerel. It's big boys and their toys, but nonetheless, it inspired me. I said, okay, I'm in a Learjet now. It's time to step up. And it doesn't mean the jet will make me happier. What makes me happier is the wanting to get better, to get smarter, to do better.
Well, I have a friend who was not successful at all, but was really up and coming. And anything, he would only fly first class. I'm not saying do this because for somebody it won't work, but he needed that mentally.
Right.
He wanted to fly first class because mentally he wanted to think he was the best, and that's it. And even though he didn't have much money at the time, this is years ago, he would always fly. I used to criticize him, but it put him in a good state of mind, and he became a very, very successful guy.
Yes.
Very, very successful. And I've always remembered that. He would never fly coach. He would always fly first class, even though he didn't have the means to fly. So, look, it's complicated, but whatever it takes to train
Right.
that.
Whatever makes you feel better about yourself, stronger, more confident, to want to do better. And I think really that's the issue. We're at the stage of our lives right now. To ask for more is not really it, but to do better, to feel better about ourselves is still important. It is very important. So that's why I don't like saying live below your means and scrimp and all that, because shopping is fun. Nice houses are fun.
At the same time, you have to be very careful.
Yes, but you have to be responsible about it.
Correct.
Like when you invited us up to your little duplex up there, whatever you call it. We walked up there. I've never seen a 2-story, entire floor home in New York City. And my wife Kim says, I never really want to live in a condo, but she says, Mr. Trump's house will do. And it is spectacular. You know what I mean? And it's.
I don't need that, right?
Yes,
I don't need that. If I had one nice bedroom with a good television set and a nice bed, and you don't really need that. But it was in a building that I built, and it was there for the taking, so I figured I might as well do it. And what have I done? Instead of selling the equivalent of 12 or 13 units, I kept them. And by keeping them, I have them. I didn't sell them, and that's okay. And it's become, a very valuable place. So I didn't need that. I don't need it now, but there's something nice about it.
Right, and that's my message: is achieve it, and then you can take it or leave it. But if you don't achieve it, then it's always something away from you. So again, that's why I be redundant about this living below your means. I don't think that makes your spirit happy. It kills your spirit. Also, if you don't have the financial education, when somebody says your house is an asset or these mutual funds are good or the stock will go up, and you don't know the difference between a good investment and a bad investment, because real estate can be a bad investment, stocks can be a bad investment. If you don't know good investment advice from bad investment advice, then you're going to get taken. This world is not kind, should we say.
The hardest thing that I've witnessed over the last year is seeing people that were very hardworking and very conservative that invested in the stocks. And I'm not talking about high-flying stocks. I'm talking about very solid companies. And their net worth is 50% of what it was a year ago, and they haven't done anything wrong. Now, they put their money in stocks, so I guess you could say that's wrong, but it's really not wrong, because historically that's been okay. So they went into conservative stocks, and a year later they're worth 50%, and all they've done is worked. And that's the hardest thing I've seen.
That's tragedy. The thing that I want to say is this: you can invest in gold and lose money. You can invest in real estate and lose money. You can lose stocks and lose money.
뭐 좀 먹고 하자. 시키고 먹고 하자. 시켜. 먹고. 시원해. Dude, I'm working, by the way. I'm learning about money, bro. I'm working. This is work, bro. 잘할 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 나도 과감하게 할 수 있어. I can do it, bro. We'll talk about it. Don't. Hey man, how are you? Trying to resist the slave mindset and think outside the box. That can't be bad. What have you been up to? Been up to break out of the system, buddy. And he didn't reply after that. Been up to break out of the system, buddy. 지금 황금식이 아니냐? 싫어. 되게 대기업의 노예가 되기 싫어. 1등 기업 가도 노예 끊이죠. 아무리 해가지고 이것저것 다 준비해가지고 노예 끊이죠. 그래도 노예 끊이죠.
Once again, it's Robert Kiyosaki. We're here talking to Miss Alex, and we're also talking about So welcome back to Robert Kiyosaki, my dear friend's daughter here, Alexa, and we're talking about millennials and money, and we've gone through some lessons. I don't know how many more, but let's continue on with another lesson here. And so we're talking about
job is for losers. Getting a job is for losers. I understand. understand it. Losers. You're a loser and you're a slave to get a job. Fucking slave. Fucking slave. Jobs are for slaves. Get it through your fucking brain, bro. Get it through your fucking small ass brain, bro. My big brain, actually. It's gonna take longer to get through my big brain, bro. Getting a job is for losers, bro. You're a loser if you're getting a job. 필요해. 필요해.
Hello, this is Robert Kiyosaki, and we're here for another exciting and important financial education. Money for millennials, or millennials and their money. Because as you and I know, our school teaches us this about money.
Yeah.
And it really kind of screws people up because they go out of school and they start doing the thing we talked about, go to school and get a job, right? So that was the first two lessons. So we have Alexandra here. She is a daughter of our dear friends, Fernando and Cecilia Gonzalez. And Alexandra was born the same year that Rich Dad was born.
Yeah.
And again, for those who may not know, my Rich Dad was my best friend's father. My poor dad was an academic straight A student. I wasn't. I was a DFC student on a good day. But my Rich Dad never finished school. So he had a completely different point of view. Not right or wrong. But Rich Dad was an entrepreneur, and poor dad was a school teacher, head of education, PhD. Stanford, University of Chicago, all the credentials for academics. Sid was an entrepreneur, and poor dad was a school teacher, head of education, PhD, Stanford, University of Chicago, all the credentials for academics. So at the age of 9 in Hilo, Hawaii, my rich dad started teaching me because I asked a question of my teacher, my fourth grade teacher, said, "What do we learn about money?" I said, "Well, we don't teach about money." And I thought that was really stupid. Why go to school, get a job, and know nothing about money? So with that, this was his lesson number 1, and the rich don't work for money. So when I show you that, what goes through your head?
Because I already know your philosophy, it makes a lot of sense to me.
But for somebody watching this for the first time, it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Because you go to a job, you go to school, you get a job, so you can work for money, right?
That's the purpose of life.
Right. To be a slave for money.
Exactly.
And work for idiots like me.
Exactly.
But anyway, so my way of teaching is to first put doubt in your brain to challenge your belief systems. And then maybe you can choose new things or keep up with old ones. So when you think about working for money, what comes to your head?
I think about the time that I worked at the bank and I was working paycheck to paycheck, and I wasn't exposed to the financial education that you provide me with. And so it was kind of sad that I couldn't afford the things that I wanted to do, and I was just in this cycle of paying my bills and going to work, and that's it.
Do you have friends who haven't found a good job even though they went to school?
So I have many friends that have graduated and they're told that they're going to go to school and they're going to find a job, and they find themselves without anything. So many of them have found a job, and many of them have also not found a job.
Yeah, the irony is, when I left school in the 60s, there were plenty of jobs, but the world has changed, and our schools haven't. And so this, making this innate promise of get a job. And I was very fortunate when I graduated in '69. I was the highest paid graduates in the world. My classmates were making about $120,000 to $150,000 a year. It's not much money today, but 1969, that was a lot of money. Naturally, as young guys do, we spent every penny of it. So I had my rich dad's lesson, the rich don't work for money, in my head. I said, okay, I'm making all this money. I have a secure job. But what's beyond that? And that's where education comes in. A lot.
The rich don't work for money.
Money. But naturally, as young guys do, we spend every penny of it.
You're a fucking slave if you work for money. Fucking slave. 전부 다 재벌들 노예잖아. 노예가 하기 싫으면 노예. 망하고 싶어. 1등기야 가봤자 재벌들 노예잖아. 망하고 싶은데. 우울해 죽겠어. 어차피 제발 들어가야죠. 그게 아깝다. 후배 연락해볼까? 하고 싶어. 필리핀 가면 안 돼. 나 골프 치고 싶어. 자리 없어요. 부동산 사업 보고 싶어. 대한민국에 안전적인 부동산밖에 없잖아. 부동산 사업. 노예가 되기 싫어. 뭐 좀 먹어야 되는데 더 시켜야 돼. The rich don't work for money. That's what's Get it through your brain.
So I had my rich dad's lesson, the rich don't work for money, in my head. I said, okay, I'm making all this money. I have a secure job, but what's beyond that? And that's where education comes in. So if I can explain this to you for the rest of the millennial lessons, it's really going to be on this theme here, because financial education is about not working for money. Like one of the first questions when I finally realized what my rich dad was saying, I said, well, when do I never need a paycheck again? So my goal wasn't, go to the moon or, cure cancer. My job was when I never need a paycheck again, because as long as you need a paycheck, be it from an employer or like my poor dad, he was so afraid of losing his government pension. I'm going, Jesus, what a way to run your life, your pension. So my old man kind of got fired. He lost his pension. It was the most frightening thing in the world to him. He had no pension. Then it was Social Security, which is even worse. So that's why my goal when I was about your age, a little older, around 25, I said, my goal is to never need a paycheck again from anybody, even the government. I don't want any Medicare, Social Security, or whatever, well, as a military pilot, so you got to get the military pilot pension. I said, you do, but I'm not going to. I'm going, Jesus, what a way to run your life. Your pension? Well, as a military pilot, so you got to get the military pilot pension. I said, you do, but I'm not going to. And just because of this here, that was the difference. because I never wanted to work for money to need a paycheck. So the next few lessons in Millennial Money, you'll find out what I do work for. So for right now, let me go to the lesson here. So this comes from Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and these are some of the distinctions. It was the advantage I had at age 9, because I knew what I wanted to work for. And this here, in simple terms, is called a financial statement. They teach you a FICO score. FICO is BS. All it means, how good are you paying your bills? That's all FICO means, okay? Should be the FIDO score. Good dog. So this is what your banker wants to see. So when I was 9 years old playing Monopoly with my rich dad, this is the lesson that's not included in Monopoly, but rich dad taught me. And fundamentally, the problem that most people make, they go to school to get a job, and they work here. So this is the poor, middle class, and these guys.
상관은 거기에는 하나밖에 없는 거야. 왜 마음에 들게 해야 되는데 지금. 이 사람이 지배하는 세상에. It's on sale, so I'll buy 4. The ODs. Actually 3 ODs. 한 개밖에 못 사네.
소불고기 좀 사자. 2,500원 더 남아야 된다. 주문 배달 가능. 고기도 실컷 샀고 정도는 충분하겠다. Fake man, fake ass motherfuckers. 다 가짜야.
And we're going to talk about later, your first line on expense is taxes. Just recently, President Trump said he'd get a tax cut. He didn't have a tax cut for these guys. As you know, the rules are always written for the rich, okay? I didn't make the rules. You get angry at me, but these are the rules. The rich make the rules. The golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules.
Yeah.
So the tax cut went to people here. That's where it goes to. You'll learn more about this later on. But this is what I work for. So what I work for, number one, is I'm an entrepreneur. I like businesses. I have multiple businesses. And I don't work in them, as you know, because you work here. You never see me, do you?
No.
Because I don't work for a paycheck.
Exactly.
Next is real estate. And real estate is good for many things which we'll go into. But number one is debt. I use a lot of debt to buy real estate, and I pay no taxes. That's the relationship there. The next is paper. And that's savings, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff. I don't save money. I don't have anything. More about this later on. But this is what I work for. So what I work for, number one, is I'm an entrepreneur. I like businesses. I have multiple businesses. And I don't work in them, as you know, because you work here. You never see me, do you?
No.
Because I don't work for a paycheck.
Exactly.
Next is real estate. And real estate is good for many things which we'll go into. But number one is debt. I use a lot of debt to buy real estate, and I pay no taxes. That's the relationship there. The next is paper. And that's savings, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff. I don't save money. I don't have any of that. But this is what most people have to go to school, get a job, get a 401k, and save money. The loser. I'm doing, and real estate is good for many things which we'll go into. But number one is debt. I use a lot of debt to buy real estate, and I pay no taxes. That's the relationship there. The next is paper. And that's savings, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff. I don't save money. I don't have any of that. But this is what most people have to go to school, get a job, get a 401k, and save money. The loser. I'm doing that just to upset you guys, because maybe you'll start to think. Because I didn't make the rules. I'm just telling you the funds, ETFs, and that stuff. Debt to buy real estate. Because I'm an entrepreneur. I like businesses. I have multiple businesses. And I don't work in them, as you know, because you work here. You never see me, do you?
No.
Because I'm an entrepreneur. I like businesses. I have multiple businesses. And I don't work in them, as you know, because you work here. You never see me, do you?
No.
Because I don't work for a paycheck. I'm an entrepreneur. I like businesses. I have multiple businesses. And I don't work in them, as you know, because you work here. You never see me, do you?
No.
Because I don't work for a paycheck.
Exactly.
Next is real estate. And real estate is good for many things which we'll go into. But number one is debt. I use a lot of debt to buy real estate, and I pay no taxes. That's the relationship there. The next is paper. And that's savings, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff. I don't save money. I don't have any of that. But this is what most people have to go to school, get a job, get a 401k and save money. The loser. I'm doing that just to upset you guys, because maybe you'll start to think. Because I didn't make the rules, I'm just saying these are the rules.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
These people pay the highest taxes, and they work the hardest. And the last are commodities, 4 different asset classes. So commodities are, number 1 is gold, silver, oil, land, water, food. So this is what I work for. When I left school, rather than working for a paycheck and working for money, my education had to go beyond getting a job, which I had a good job. But I now had to start when I left school, about your age. The thing I focused on first actually was commodities. So back in 1972, I started buying gold. And it was illegal for Americans to own gold. Can you imagine that? Back in 72. Today you have Bitcoin. It's different. Okay. Everything is changing so rapidly today. So I started with gold, but actually the next thing was actually oil, because I went to school to be a tanker officer, driving ships for Standard Oil. And then I went and buy a house, and you call it an asset, and it's really a liability. Why? Because the cash is flowing down. You want cash flip, what they have is student loans, of course.
Yeah, of course, definitely.
I mean, it's horrible what they do to you guys today. You have student loans, which is the worst type of debt of all, because you cannot declare bankruptcy on it. And then you get out and you try and buy a house, and you call it an asset, and it's really a liability. Why? Because the cash is flowing that way. Your house costs you money. You rent a house, it still costs you money. Okay. Then you have to have a nice car. I had one of those. This. So the problem with most young people is they go to school to get that job. Then a lot of them have student loan debt. Then they try and get married and buy a house, have a car, and then they have credit card debt. But they never have the chance to come over here. If they do any investing in America, it's a 401k.
Because it's ironic how people were upset about Trump not paying taxes, but in reality, you would have to be a complete idiot if you paid taxes, especially when we were talking about your assets and how the government wants you to have these things. They want you to own homes and invest in properties. And so that's exactly what Trump was doing, and so he gets all the tax benefits from it.
Correct.
So many people come to this country because they want to live the American dream of buying their house, going to a job, working paycheck to paycheck, going to school, when in reality, that's a nightmare.
And then what happens if they lose their job?
They lose all security they were promised, and they lose everything, and they don't have anything to provide for their family either.
So where does your brain, I mean, you're a very smart young lady, but now your brain's to think, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, when I talk to people about financial education, well, right now, I'm going to talk about, there's another issue, is Bitcoin, the dollar, and gold. Which one is better? I love real estate, again, because it's debt. I use debt to buy real estate. And everybody else is saying, get out of debt, right? I love debt.
Yeah.
Trump loves debt. He's the king of debt. I'm in debt about $600 million. The average person cannot pay for their credit card debt. That's how tragic it is. And he's educated. I'm talking about educated people.
Yeah.
Right? And then this year, I get tax breaks because I have employees. This will be another subject going down with millennial money. But if you have a job, you're taxed. But I want to accumulate.
I'm the entrepreneur side, and thankfully, because I work in this company, I'm not forced to work a regular 9 to 5 job. I'm able to actually work on my own projects, and it's incentivized that we actually do become entrepreneurs.
Our company encourages everybody to come here, right? So we don't have a 401k.
No.
We don't have a retirement plan for you, do you? That keeps you motivated.
재밌네요. 아, 돼요. 답답해요. 국민연금부터 연락하자. 컨디션이 안 좋았어. 컨디션이 안 좋아가지고. 컨디션이 안 좋았다고. 국민연금 연락하자. 그날 병원 일정이 있어. 컨디션이 안 좋아서. 오늘 내일 바로 가능하다고. 오후에 가능하다고. 오늘 가능하다고. 한복지에서 언제 받았지? $71만 100원. 71만 3,100원. 응급복지 생계지 기여금 확인해주세요. 응급복지 생계지원금 사업화부대. 이공사 여보세요. 네. 아니 저거 방문했는데 마당구에 이제 방문했는데 이제 방문한 거 같은데 오신 거 같은데 네 같은 거 놓고 갔더라고요. 쪽지 같은 거 뭐 쪽지 같은 거 놓고 가가지고. 네, 지금 컨디션이 안 좋아가지고 이제 쪽지는 봤는데 이제 컨디션이 안 좋아가지고 전화해봐.
국민연금입니다. 산업안전보건법에 따라 고객 응대 근로자 보호 조치가 시행되어 6살
잠깐만.
국민연금입니다. 산업안전보건법에 따라 고객 응대 근로자 보호 조치가 시행되어 6살 폭언 등을 하는 경우 상담이 제한될 수 있습니다. 고객님의 개인정보 보호를 위해 본인이 아닌 경우 상담이 제한될 수 있으며 각종 신고 신청 업무는 홈페이지나 모바일 앱을 이용하실 수 있습니다. 안녕하세요. 국민연금입니다. 산업안전보건법에 따라 고객 응대 근로자 보호 조치가 시행되어 6살 폭언 등을 하는 경우 상담이 제한될 수 있습니다. 고객님의 개인정보 보호를 위해 본인이 아닌 경우 상담이 제한될 수 있으며 각종 신고 신청 업무는 홈페이지나 모바일 앱을 이용하실 수 있습니다. 안녕하세요. 국민연금입니다. 산업안전보건법에 따라 고객 응대 근로자 보호 조치가 시행되어 욕설, 폭언 등을 하는 경우 상담이 제한될 수 있습니다. 고객님의 개인정보 보호를 위해 본인이 아닌 경우 상담이 제한될 수 있으며 각종 신고 신청
보세요.
국민연금 안녕하십니까?
네, 그 문 앞에 그 방문해서 그 쪽지 같은 거 뭐 놓고 갔는데요.
혹시
네.
활동 지원 신청하셨나요?
네?
활동 지원 신청하셨습니까?
네, 그런 거 신청했어요.
오늘 만나기로 약속되어
아,
있으셨나요?
여기 혹시 국민연금 맞죠?
네네.
그 문 앞에 그 쪽지 같은 거를 놓고 갔는데
네.
이제 그 방문했나 보네요. 근데 연락을 달라고 쪽지 같은 거를 놓고 와가지고
오늘 약속은 안 하셨어요?
오늘은 아니고 저 예전에 좀 전에 놓고 간 것 같아요.
그러면 성함이 어떻게 되시는데요?
그 담당자가 한규영 씨라고 돼 있는. 네.
그 활동 지원이 아니고 근로능력 평가 신청하신 거죠?
네.
예. 성함이 어떻게 되시는데요?
엄자, 윤자, 제자. 윤. 윤. 네. 제가
아인가요?
네.
예. 들어오시면은 전화하셨다고 알려드릴게요. 전화번호가 어떻게 되시나요?
8109에
8109에
3141요.
3141요?
네.
예, 메모 전달하겠습니다.
네. 오늘 그럼 연락 오는 거예요?
들어오시면은 메모 전달할게요.
네, 알겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
뭐 하세요? See how much views I got on the best video I made.
won't get me anywhere, bro. 내가 얼마나 많이 지금 하고 있는데 이거 봐라. 내가 이게 아무것도 안 하는 것처럼 보이냐 이게? 지금 이게 아무것도 안 하는 것처럼 보여? 얼마나 많이 적고 있는데 이것저것 다 해보고 있는데. 제인데요. 골프나 연습하고 있을게. 가도 돼요? 몰라. 한번 해봐, 가서. 보수적이다. 보수란 무엇인가? 보수란 무엇인가? 고스란히 지키는 것이다. 기득권 세력들. 민주주의 끊임없이 햇살의 세력들 전두환을 고국의 영웅이라 받들였고 대한민국은 민주공화국의 모든 권리인 국민으로부터 나온다. 는 헌법 침실 일경은 촛불들이야말로 진정한 보수주의자의 보수 세력이다. 가짜 보수. 하늘에 터지는 마구잡이 파괴하는 대문화를 파겠다는 식의 발상이 나오고 헌법을 밥 먹듯 유린하며 권력에는 집착하고 권력을 확대해 놔두지 않은 정치 경쟁은 보수일 수가 없다. 보수는 지키는 거예요. 좋은 가치를 지키는. 근데 골프 치고 싶어. 제인들. 필리핀 가도 돼. 다 해보자. 골프 치고 싶어. 연습장 돌리고 싶어. 가서 듣는 거죠. 알려줘. 하나하나 알려주는 거. 하나하나 알려줘. 하나하나 묻는 거죠. 왜 안 받지? 이 할배? 답답하네. Keep trying. 음식 배달 올 거야 좀 이따가. 일 분 남았는데. Rich don't work for money. Get it through your brain, bro. Get it through your brain. Trying to break out of the system. Trying to break out of the system, bro. Leave in the matrix, bro. Fucking simulation. You live in a fucking simulation, buddy. Trying to break out of the system, buddy. Been up to break out of the system, buddy. Trying to resist the slave mind and think outside the box. Trying to break out of the system. Been up to break out of the system. Buddy. To break out of the system, buddy. Trying to resist the slave mindset and think outside the box. Fucking slave minds. Slave minds. Resist the slave mindset and think outside the box. 자, 집중하자, 집중해. 로버트 키요사키 그거 들어. 지금 왔을 것 같은데? 왔을 것 같은데. 알았어. 나 노트북이 없는데 노트북 같은 거 하나 사주면 안 돼? Rich dad, poor dad. Rich dad, poor dad.
이권 카르텔도 상당히 강조해요. 대통령께서 어떤 말에 한 번 이렇게 꽂히시면 무한 반복하시는 것 같아요. 최근까지는 자유에 대해서 무한 반복하시다가 최근에는 뭐 카르텔에 대해서 대통령께서 최근에 이 카르텔이라는 말에 꽂히셔가지고 카르텔이라는 말을 아무데나 막 이렇게 오용남용하시는 것 같아요. 이권 카르텔도 상당히 강조.
Motivated, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So what would you say to your friends or your fellow millennials about why the rich don't work for money?
I would tell them if they really truly Hello, millennials and all generations. The teacher's faith is
No money. And so if you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, in there, my rich dad always said, never say, I can't afford it. And it was my rich dad and many of my teachers subsequent to that that said, lazy people always say, I.
Don't ever be a slave, whatever form that takes. Don't ever be a slave. Create a system where it will constantly flow money to your account, bro. Create a system, bro. You gotta be aggressive, bro. Your willpower. Willpower, bro. Willpower. Shindeo.
We call it money. Money is an idea. Money goes where it's invited and it stays where it's welcome. The idea that you have to work hard for this stuff is not true. Some of the people who work the hardest are the ones that are the least. Well, think about it. I was reading where Taylor Swift, young gal singer, was the highest paid entertainer last year. She's doing what she absolutely loves. That's not hard work. I get very well paid. I'm doing what I absolutely love. The idea that you have to work hard is silly. When you love what you're doing, you'll never.
What a statement. Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Can't afford it. I don't have the money. That's why they're poor. They have a poor mindset. So instead of figuring out how to raise money, it's just really easy to be a loser. And I call them losers. It pisses them off. Because we all have the power, if we wanted to not be poor if we learn how to raise money. So I hear, and the reason I get upset, I still get hot with this. My poor dad, my PhD father, he always said to me, he says, I'd be a rich man if I didn't have you kids. And I said, well, Dad, it's not my fault you had kids. I just can't afford it because I have kids. And the more he said that, the angrier I got. So when I went with my rich dad at age 9, he says, well, that's why the old man's poor, because he's lazy. He thinks his PhD is going to carry him. He says, everybody can say, I don't have money, I can't afford it. He says, that's why he's poor. He's lazy. But my father kept going back to school, Stanford, University of Colorado, Northwestern. He never learned any of this stuff. They still don't know because most teachers want a paycheck, pension, and tenure. They want job security. So the mindset is different. And that's what they teach the kids.
Next, Robert tells us the #1 phrase that keeps people poor. Now pause. I want you to leave a comment below if you know what it is. Don't cheat.
So the reason I say only lazy people use their own money is because it takes much more intelligence to raise capital. And so I've never been able, ever since my rich dad was a little boy, my rich dad forbade me from ever saying I can't afford it. He says, figure out how you can afford it. How can you do something? Figure out how you can do something. So over my lifetime, most of the projects I've started, I've never had any money. I like not having money because it forces me to think. I get creative. I have to educate myself. I have to talk to rich guys. Hey, how'd you do this? How'd you do that? How'd you do that? And what has happened to me, I just turned 72. I never needed money. Because if I need money, I figure out how to raise it. So today you guys have crowdfunding and all that. I don't know what that stuff is. But it's easy to say I can't afford it. All the poor people say I can't afford it. All the poor people say, well, it's tax there is. All the poor people are saying, well, give me a free education, free food, free schooling, free manicures, free pedicures. That's laziness. I think.
This took me years to learn, but I'm going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this.
One of my favorite things that Robert teaches is how your mindset can literally change everything. If you have an open mindset, you can really change your life. So Robert explains how his mindset changed how he invests.
So, over my lifetime, I've raised hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's because I didn't have money as a young person that I learned how to raise capital. And it's really quite simple. You have to find an asset that's worth more than me. They can't invest in me because that's called slavery.
True.
Buy me. So what I do is, I started off, I read about it in faith. I started off looking for this one little piece of real estate. I found an excuse, this one bedroom, one bath condominium on the beach in Maui. And I found an excuse for people to give me the money. All I had to do is assure I pay them back. So,
그러니까 내가 보고 싶어. 거기 가가지고 할배 옆에서 하는 게 훨씬 안전스러워. 공소시효 남았어. 할배 옆에서 하면서도 하는 게 제일 좋다니까. 맞아, 길어.
my first deal was an infinite return deal. I had no money in the deal because it was 100% debt. It was an $18,000 condo. You can't touch them for that much anymore. But the economy was bad. So if I was $18,000 condo, guy wanted 10% down. You don't need higher math. 10% of 18,000 is how much you were saying? $1,800. I could have used my money. I had the money. But that would be too easy.
Robert tells us lazy people use their own money. Let's find out exactly what he means by this.
Only lazy people use their own money. And that's what really pissed off a lot of people out there. You're calling me lazy? I said, yes, I am. Because you're the same type of person who will say, I can't afford it. I can't do that. That's the problem. It's up here. It's a real estate between this year and that year. I can't do that. Most of my family say, I can't afford it. My father taught me to say that. My mother taught me to say that. My rich dad should never say that. Let me ask you this question. If you work for a rich dad company, how much of my money is in this company? Zero.
trying to resist the slave market. I think that's what I did.
When using OPM, one question I had for Robert was what happens if the deal goes wrong? He answers by telling the story of one of his biggest mistakes.
So the biggest mistake, so I was doing very well here. This was 1973, I started buying my first deal. And that was an $18,000 deal. $1,800 down, 25. Dollars a month, cash. That was infinite. So I kept doing that. I had a lot of property. And then I decided I'd go here. So my first business was a nylon and Velcro surfer wallet business. And it didn't sell. So, everybody knows what those wallets are today. But back then, this was 1974 or 5. Yeah, 75. They didn't know what the wallets were. So we were going broke really fast. Mm-hmm. We bought 100,000 of these wallets in Korea. We shipped it to our warehouse in Long Island, and we were borrowing money from our investors. So we raised about $600,000 to get this little goofy wallet business up. So we were in serious trouble. I owed my father about $200,000. My rich dad was laughing at me. We were going broke so quickly because we couldn't move the wallets, 100,000 of them. They were sitting in this bonded warehouse on Long Island, and nobody would buy them from us. So then, the good thing about stupidity, there it is, makes you smarter. So I started thinking, so what's wrong? And I said, what was happening in the world at that time? All the baby boomers were fat, so they had to start running. So jogging was coming online, and nobody jogged before because, so these guys are all jogging. And then we're reading the paper. We're sitting in Honolulu going broke fast. And we're reading the paper. This jogger went to Golden Gate Park in San Francisco and was jogging around the park. And what the jogger did was he had no place to put his car key. So what did they do? He puts it on the front tire of his car and goes for a jog around the park. So reading this newspaper, and voila, when he comes back to his car, the car wasn't there.
Oh gosh.
So the guy says, they stole my car.
Oh my goodness.
And so the question was on the headline of the newspaper article, what does a jogger do with their key? And so we sat there and said, oh my God, a problem. A problem. So with that, I designed the shoe pocket, and you can see this picture right here. It's Playboy magazine, which is nice looking on the model of a shoe pocket. But anyway, so we were going broke so fast by then, but when that picture hit Playboy, suddenly we were geniuses. And everybody started throwing their money at us. And all of this product, our wallets were selling, our shoe pockets were selling, investors were happy, and the sales went through the roof. So we were extremely successful. So we went from risk, stupid, smarter, successful. But the problem was, is how do we finance our inventory? Because the demand was worldwide, and we couldn't keep up with demand. So I borrowed on it's like Shark Tank. When you look at the financial statement, that's like a scorecard. It's like a goal.
Final words for those of you that use the phrase "I can't afford it" as
차별이 똑같아. Fake money is making you poor.
Hola chicos, bienvenidos todos a otro.
The line is busy. Okay. The line is busy. Okay. Are we talking to somebody?
Episodio of Knowing Your Money. I'm your host, Alexandra Gonzalez. And today I have good and bad news. First, we learned that the hard-earned money we've been saving is worthless. But the good news is Robert teaches us how we can secure our future without saving cash. This one is going to be tons of fun, and it was really cool because Robert brought in some of the gold and silver he's been saving over the years. So Robert, could you tell us why this is so important today?
Well, again, I wrote this book for my generation because the baby boom generations are toast. You know, part of this they're going to do fake pensions. Mm-hmm. Where my generation is toast is that they actually believe there's a pension. So this thing is fake money, fake teachers, fake assets. And it all starts with fake money. So in 1971, the US dollar became fake. And this book starts with me flying behind enemy lines in 1972 I was a Marine pilot and I was looking for real money, gold. So this book starts me flying behind enemy lines looking for gold. Because when Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard in 71, he made it illegal, also made it illegal for Americans to own gold. Imagine that. It was a criminal offense to own gold. I didn't know what gold was. So I fly behind enemy lines. I meet this little woman, little Vietnamese woman. She's got a bright red teeth. The chew beetle nuts there. And I tried to get a discount on gold. So gold back in 71 was $35 an ounce. It was now about $50 an ounce in 72. So it was going up. So I said, I think I'll buy some gold. Trouble is, I didn't know what gold was. Most Americans don't know what gold is because they've never seen it. Because they made it illegal for Americans to own gold. And we now have everything fake. It's tragic. So it's fake money. Only reason fake money can persist because you have to have fake teachers. What do our schools teach us about money? Nothing. Nothing. And we buy these fake assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and we say fake money. That's why I wrote fake. Anyway, but also in Rich Dad Poor Dad, lesson number 1 is the rich don't work for money because money's fake. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah, it's honestly, I think it's an important lesson for all of us because we're taught to save all this fake money when
And you work at the bank, right?
Yeah, and I worked at the bank, so I see how real this issue is. When in reality, it's not going to help us when the day comes.
I didn't know what gold was. Most Americans don't know what gold is because they've never seen it. Because they made it illegal for Americans to own gold. And we now have everything fake. It's tragic. So it's fake money. The only reason fake money can persist because you have to have fake teachers. What do our schools teach us about money? Nothing. Nothing. And we buy these fake assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and we say fake money. That's why I wrote fake. Anyway, but also in Rich Dad Poor Dad, lesson number 1 is the rich don't work for money because money's fake. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah, it's honestly, I think it's an important lesson for all of us because we're taught to save all this fake money when
And you work in the bank, right?
Yeah, and I worked at the bank, so I see how real this issue is. When in reality, it's not going to help us when the day comes that we need to be able to provide for ourselves. Because how long can this fake money last?
There's 3 kinds of money today that you guys got to be aware of. One is God's money, and God's money is gold and silver. So this is silver, and this is gold. The reason I brought it is most people don't know what it looks like. And then there's government money, which is fiat currency, which is the dollar, the yen, the peso, the euro, the yuan.
Yeah.
Fake.
Fake
And everybody's working hard for it. It's like eating fake food or drinking fake.
fake money, fake money. 이거를 잘 가야. 돈 가짜 돈이다. 금으로 준다면 하겠지만 절대 안 할 거야. 그냥 가짜 돈이게 알기 때문에 지금 하는 거야. 가짜 돈이기 때문에. 금은 가짜 돈이야. 금으로 준다면 그렇지만 금이 아니잖아요. 가짜 돈이야. 그런 시스템을 구축하고 싶어요.
Water. That's why people are getting sick financially because they're working for fake money.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's fake assets, which with no.
돈을 지금 만들려는 시스템. 우량 자산을 만들려고.
Part of the fake millennial, the fake generation series. But the reason I brought this here is most people haven't seen it. This here is real silver, plata. Okay. That's what it looks like. And so in 1972, and this here is gold.
Yeah.
Is that really gold?
This is God's money. This is what God's money looks like. Yeah. The reason I call it God's money is you can't fake it. You know, you can fake it with a fake ETF, like a gold ETF or a silver, which I don't touch because it smells as bad as the guys that printed that crap. You know what I mean? Jesus. But this is real money. So you look at this here.
Wow.
When I first started buying that was $1.40.
Yeah.
Today, that's $16.
Wow.
And this here is oro, gold. And the reason we brought it in is most people haven't seen or touched. This is real. This is God's money. Why did I say it's God's money? Because he was here when the earth was created.
Yeah.
True.
And it'll be here when we're all dead and gone. when you're saving those fake dollars, this will still be here.
Yeah.
Or those fake ETFs or those fake stocks. So this here is called the green box.
Fake money.
There's 500 of these little tubes like this.
Wow.
500 coins in here. And this is one, which is worth more.
Which one's worth more? The gold.
Yeah, this is worth more than all that. Now, the reason I say this is because for your generation, this could be the biggest opportunity you'll ever see. I'm not making any commissions on this stuff.
Yeah, of course.
But if you look at what happened with the fake central bank, see, the purpose of the central bank or the Fed or all, the Japanese bank, the Bank of Japan, or the European Central Bank, they pump out fake money. The purpose of central banks like the Fed is to protect the banks, not.
맞네. 잠깐만. 계속 할배한테 가야 돼. 금을 준다면 일을 하겠어. 가짜 돈. 반대로 가짜 동전. 가짜 동전. 페이크. 가짜 동전. 가짜 동전. 찍어내. 가짜 fake money. The line is busy. Doesn't seem to be working right now. Oh, cool. The line is busy. 하고 싶어. Pet.
You. They're a criminal.
criminal operation as far as I'm concerned. You're going to find that most of my talks about the Fed. So I would recommend you guys buy this stuff.
Yeah.
Don't save money. Don't save government money because they're corrupt as hell, as you know.
Yeah.
Save. The Bank of Japan, the European Central Bank, they pump out fake money. The purpose of central banks like the Fed is to protect the banks, not you. They're a criminal operation as far as I'm concerned. You're going to find that most of my talks about the Fed. So I would recommend you guys buy this stuff.
Yeah.
Don't save money. Don't save government money because they're corrupt as hell, as you know.
Yeah.
Save God's money. So this is God's money. This is auto gold. So today, that's spot today is around $1,600 US. Now this is the difference. Is gold more expensive in Mexico or in America?
In America.
Huh?
In America.
More expensive in Mexico. If you live in a country like Argentina, it's more expensive because the spot price is relative to the currency of the country. So the people who are just in Argentina, if they had saved this, they'd be okay today. But they saved pesos, same as in Mexico, okay? Same as in Peru.
Yeah.
So this is relative to government money. So this is about $1,600 today, US dollars, and this here is $16. It's about 100 times the difference, whatever it is. I'm not good at math. But I'd rather have this. So you look at why silver, this is relative to government money. So this is about $1,600 today, US dollars, and this here is $16. It's about 100 times the difference, whatever it is. I'm not good at math. But I'd rather have this. So you look at why silver could be our best investment of all. Look at what's happening. Silver demand is getting higher. Okay. Silver fabrication demand in China is at record high. If you look at this whole thing in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, it never stopped. Even though the world economy nearly crashed, demand for silver kept going up because silver is an industrial metal. It's used in industry. This thing is only saved.
Yeah.
Okay. So in 1972, when I was flying behind enemy lines, I bought my first gold coin in Hong Kong. It was a Krugerrand, South African Krugerrand. Cost me $50. Today, that same coin is worth about $1,500. No, it's worth about $1,800 now. Now, did the Krugerrand get bigger?
Nope.
Or did the dollar get worthless?
The dollar got worthless.
Yeah, and they tell you to save money
Yeah.
at the bank?
Yeah, and I mean, people are saving at extreme amounts because they want to be able to protect themselves for when they retire and things like that. But it doesn't make sense because the dollar keeps going down and down, and how many currencies have gone extinct. So really, what I was learning the other day is that the dollar is basically coming to an end of its experiment time, and it's gonna. We might even go back to a gold standard. You know.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
The reason we won't go back to the gold standard is because the banks can't rip us off.
Mm-hmm.
If we went back to the gold standard, the central bank, the Fed, the European Central Bank, Bank of Japan, Bank of China, they couldn't rip us off.
It's not convenient.
So the whole thing here is I'm not angry at my banks because that's where I get my money from. I just don't save my money there.
Mm-hmm.
I save God's money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is demand for silver. It keeps getting higher. Look at this, the global government silver inventories.
And how many current? Have gone extinct. So really, what I was learning the other day is that the dollar is basically coming to an end of its experiment time, and it's gonna. We might even go back to a gold standard. You know.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
The reason we won't go back to the gold standard is because the banks can't rip us off.
Mm-hmm.
If we went back to the gold standard, the central bank, the Fed, the European Central Bank, Bank of Japan, Bank of China, they couldn't rip us off.
It's not convenient.
So the whole thing here is I'm not angry at my banks because that's where I get my money from. I just don't save my money there. I save God's money.
와, 천재다. 난 이런 사람들이 좋아.
Listen, demand for silver keeps getting higher. Look at this, the global government silver inventories is going down. So what's happening is the inventories of this is going up because China's buying it, Russia's buying it, Turkey's buying it. Everybody's buying gold now. The central banks are. They don't tell you that it's gold, no, of course not. And so what's happening, the silver is going down in quantity because they burn it up in industry. It's always disappearing where this is saved. Okay? So I think silver is such a great opportunity for your generation.
It is. I think it's an incredible opportunity, especially because, like you mentioned, it's affordable too. And I mean, you were teaching me the other day while we were looking at graphs that the price is the lowest it's been.
Well, look at this here. It's almost half of the all silver mined is in landfills. Talk about a waste of things.
Mm-hmm.
So every day, the amount of silver produced is being thrown away. Okay. Look at this. This just shows you what happens with the price. The price will always go up and down, but you have to look at the inventory supplies of it. And this is what happened. Everybody wants to go green now.
Yeah, it's on trend. All these millennials, plastic straws, like all these things. California now requiring the solar panels.
Right.
All that requires silver.
So silver, again, this is an industrial metal, and this is more a precious metal.
Yeah.
This is for kings. This is for the rich.
Yeah.
I can spend this all day long. Okay?
And all these millennials, plastic straws, like all these things. California now requiring the solar panels.
Right.
All that requires silver.
So silver, again, this is an industrial metal, and this is more a precious metal.
Yeah.
This is for kings. This is for the rich. Yeah. I can spend this all day long. Okay. So anyway, as we go grain, the amount of silver consumption of silver goes up. But this is the chart here. What does that show you?
It's the lowest it's been. It's negative 70%.
Yeah.
Compared to everything else.
So what happened is these fake financial planners, God, they're terrible people. They tell you to invest in the long term in the stock market. Look at this chart here. This is the Dow. It's at an all-time high. Why would you invest in the stock market? You know, the Fed, which is a criminal operation, because they only protect the banks. The stock market is an all-time high. Would you want to get in now?
No. I mean, and that's the thing. I think that's why you were saying it's so important to buy right now because it's low too.
Yeah. And so look at housing. You guys always complain, oh, I can't afford a house. Well, wait till it crashes, then you buy a house, right? You know, so in 2008, after it crashes, that's when I bought real estate. So right now, look at the stock market, all-time high. Real estate's an all-time high. Your phony education is an all-time high. So right now, look at the stock market, all-time high. Real estate's an all-time high. Your phony education is an all-time high. Look at medical costs at all-time high. And these phony, fake financial planners are telling you to invest for the long term when the market's at all-time high. And what blew it into the bubble was the Fed. The Fed kept printing money, it just kept blowing it in this bubble.
다 가짜네. 그 삼선 주식이고 뭐 사람이 이영재도 연금 박사도 다 가짜였네.
Meanwhile, little silver, it's $15 on this chart here. It used to be as high as $50. Do you know?
Yeah.
$15 is a joke. So if you hold, and this is not an investment. I'll show you a little about this.
Mm-hmm.
I predict, and my predictions are often wrong, that if you buy silver today at 15, in 10 years it'll be worth 100 because they keep burning it up, keep demanding it.
아,
So
그렇구나.
would you rather save the dollar, which is going down, or save silver, which is going up?
Yeah,
Can you afford $15?
I can afford, and that's why I think it's a perfect opportunity for millennials, especially who complain living paycheck to paycheck. You set aside a couple $15, and then you'll be set.
I wouldn't diversify. I never, when 72, well, I met my first financial planner, because it's a whole story. They told me to diversify. I said, you're nuts. I said, that's called diversify. You buy a little of all this crap, and all of it's paper. Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs. Even real estate's on, REITs. It's fake real estate. I don't touch this stuff. Now, you should, but I won't, ETFs. Even real estate's on, REITs. I said, that's called diversify. You buy a little of all this crap, and all of it's paper. Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs. Even real estate.
Stock, bonds, something, ETF.
It's on, REITs. It's fake real estate. I don't touch this stuff. Now, you should, but I won't. And notice I'm not saying don't touch it. I'm saying be aware of what's real and what's fake here. So when I was about your age, okay, so that was about fake.
Yeah.
I'm flying behind enemy lines in Vietnam, and I realized I was being lied to by my own government, my own teachers, and especially Wall Street, So when I was about 25 years old, I bought my first gold coin. It was $50. Today it's worth about 15, that's about 1,800 today. So I never saved dollars. And what I started to do then, as I got older, I just saved gold. So if you look at me today, here I am here. And then today I'm adding plata.
Yeah.
So rather than saving dollars, which was going down in value, I just saved gold and silver. And it just became a habit. It was, sometimes it was hard because I didn't have any money. But I started the discipline to go and buy. My Ken and I talk about how we would just save a little silver, buy it. Today we're multi-millionaires in gold and silver. And everybody will tell you, well, that's stupid because they're in the stock market. Well, the stock market's going to crash in a few years anyway. And this goes up and down too. So if I could leave you one more thing like this, is I don't count the price. I count the number of ounces. This is an ounce, approximately an ounce. So I don't care what the price is. All I care is how many ounces I have. And that's why I'm a rich man. They can take everything away from me. Plata e oro, silver and gold, will be here 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now, 100,000 years from now. It'll still be here. I never spend this stuff because that's the basis of my wealth. And I know most of your millennials said that, yeah, but you have money. I said, I didn't have any money either. But it was just a discipline. Can you afford $20 today?
Yeah.
Everybody in the world can, but they don't have the discipline. There's one more thing I want to talk to you about, and it goes to this here. This is the cash flow quadrant. Okay. When you watch those videos, where was your mind?
On the right side of the quadrant.
You have to put your brain into the I quadrant. I've never looked at a job since I came back from Vietnam. I said my life has nothing to do with the E quadrant. I could have got a job flying for the airlines, making $500,000 a year. It's chump change. They're working for a paycheck and paying taxes. So the other thing here is this. We're going to the next subject. This is the financial statement, which is this game here, the cash flow game. We're going to this next one, fake teachers. The fake teachers are always one you think here in the income column. Yeah. Working for fake money. That's why they're fake teachers, okay? When I was your age, at 25, my brain went into the asset column. That's the only place I think about today. When you look again at the cash flow quadrant, the ESB and the I, the trouble with most millennials is your brain is still in the E quadrant.
Yeah.
When I asked you to watch those videos, I was putting your brain in the I quadrant. And so the most important thing, if you're going to be successful in your lifetime, is get your damn brain out of the E quadrant or the S quadrant. You're working for money. You've got to get your brain into the I quadrant. I don't recommend the B quadrant. It's too hard for most people. But anyway, all I focus on is here. I don't care how much money I make. All I want are assets. So I'm a rich man because my brain is not where most teachers are, which is E's. My poor dad. My rich dad was in the I quadrant. Okay. Where most teachers are, which is E's. My poor dad. My rich dad was in the I quadrant. Get the difference?
Yeah. In school, we're taught and trained to work for the income.
For the job.
When here, we're taught.
Fake money.
Yeah. When here, we're taught to work for assets and things like this.
Well, that's just real money.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes me a... Get the difference?
Yeah. In school, we're taught and trained to work for the income.
For the job.
When here, we're taught.
Fake money.
Yeah. When here, we're taught to work for assets and things like this.
Well, that's just real money.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes me a rich man is, and you guys have this power here, which we'll go into more, is stop listening to fake teachers. People say, what would you do with your kid today? I think I'm out of school. I would homeschool my kid. I would have put him in school because they learn to be socialist and communism. It's fine. I want to teach my kid to be a capitalist.
이게 진짜구나. 몰랐어 나.
The capitalists are on the B and the I side. The socialists and communists are on the E and the S side. That's Bernie Sanders, AOC, and all that. Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah. And those videos that you sent me, like you said, it shipped me over to the I side.
Yeah.
As opposed to the E side, because it really opens up to things that were never taught in school. And the corruption going on today, the devaluation of the dollar, what we should really be focusing on, and what to do with our future with the resources we have, and why things like what AOC are proposing won't necessarily fix the problem that we're having.
No, it'll make you poor longer.
Yeah. And so, and I loved that when because he mentioned, he's like, when you go green, you go silver as well.
So many people spend their time focusing here. They want to make a lot of money. They say, oh, I want a career. I'm going to start my own business. And this is the chart here. This is the cash flow quadrant, book number 2. E is employee. S is small business, self-employed, or a specialist like a doctor, or lawyer. B is
employed, small business. E is big business. 저거 어려워.
big business, 500 employees or more, and I is professional investor. When I was your age, I knew I wanted to get here. This is the hardest, This is where the big mega bucks are, and the money is massive, but it takes time to get there. The big mistake I see young people make is they focus here, and the words are, I want to do what I love. You see, in real life, sometimes you have to do what you hate. People think I like to write books. I hate writing books, but it fills my purpose in life.
This is the cash.
And so I just think it's important lessons, and we'll go ahead and even.
The good thing about stupidity, there it is, makes you smarter. And we read in the paper, this jogger went to Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, and what the jogger did was he had no place to put his car key. So what did they do? He puts it on the front tire of his car and goes for a jog around the park, and voila, when he comes back to his car, the car wasn't there.
Oh gosh.
So the guy says, they stole my car.
Oh my goodness.
So with that, I designed the shoe pocket, and you can see this picture right here. It's playable.
put in the description the link.
Doctor lawyers, small businesses. Big businesses are real businesses, bro. B&I. Investor. Professional investor.
One of the more important lessons my rich dad taught me, he said there was 4 types of people in the world of business or money, whatever he said. And this here are the 4 different types of people, and he called this the cash flow quadrant. So E stands for employee, S stands for self-employed, small business or specialist like a doctor or a lawyer. B stands for big business, 500 employees or more, and I stands for investor. Now the distinction here is this, is that each of these are 4 different types of people. They have 4 different tax laws for all 4 different types of people, and this is throughout the world. But it was my poor dad who always said to me, son, go to school so you can get a job. So my poor dad wanted me to be an employee.
Me too.
There's nothing wrong with that and all this, except the tax laws are the worst for employees. As Warren Buffett says, he as a business owner and investor, he pays a lower percentage rate than the employees. And many employees are having a tough time today. Not only is there high gas prices, but there's going to be higher taxes. My mother wanted me to become a doctor or a specialist or a small business person, and I said to my mom, S stands for smart, there's going to be higher taxes. My mother wanted me to become a doctor or a specialist or a small business person, and I said to my mom, S stands for smart, there's got a good point there because I didn't do well in school, so I wasn't going to make it there. It was my rich dad who advised me to become an entrepreneur or a big business owner like Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, Michael Dell, all those guys that created Facebook and Yahoo and all this, or Google. And he wanted me to become an investor. So he started me playing the game of Monopoly, 4 greenhouses, 1 red hotel. So I learned to be an investor and I learned to be an entrepreneur. So the good news is, if you want to get rich, you can get rich in all 4 quadrants, okay? It's up to you. And so it was my rich dad who said to me, he says, Robert, if you really want to be rich, learn to build businesses. It made more sense to him to work hard to build a business, something you owned and something you pass on for generation to generation to your kids. Whereas my poor dad said work hard, but my rich dad said, why would you work hard for something you'll never own and you get fired from right away? Again, that was a difference in values. So my rich dad suggested I learn how to be a business owner and learn how to be an investor. And that's one of the big differences. On this side of the quadrant, these people here work for security. They work for money also. On this side over here, their key value that they want is they want freedom. They don't want to have to work at a job anymore. They don't want to have to work for the rest of their lives. So the beauty of building a business and learning how. So my rich dad suggested I learn how to be a business owner and learn how to be an investor. And that's one of the big differences. On this side of the quadrant, these people here work.
Hey, just give up calling, bro. Just finish. I want to listen to this Robert Kiyosaki dude. I love guys like this. 혁신적인 사람 진짜 좋아해. They will teach us to be slaves in the matrix. What you want to do is build businesses, bro.
Work for security. They work for money also. On this side over here, their key value that they want.
Oh, yeah.
Is they want freedom. They don't want to have to work at a job anymore. They don't want to have to work for the rest of their lives. So the beauty of building a business and learning how to invest is very simply that this is passive income. You work hard for a few years, but possibly for the rest of your life, income keeps flowing to you. Again, the reason somebody thinks the house is an asset is because they lack financial intelligence or low financial IQ. They may have gone to Harvard or in whatever, but if you can't tell an asset from a hole in the ground, I don't know what the heck you can tell the difference of, you know? So, it's really quite simply the most important word for those of you in business or finance know, the most important word is not income, expense, asset, liability. The most important word in the English language for the rich is the word called cash flow. You've got to know where the cash is flowing. So what a rich person is doing is controlling cash flow. So if money comes from an asset into your pocket, it's an asset. So very simply, when I was 9 years old, my rich dad said, assets put money in your pocket whether you work or not. Okay, repeat after me. Assets put money in your pocket whether you work or not. Okay? And very simply, liabilities take money from your pocket. Okay? So what does a liability do? It takes money from your pocket. Okay? So the way you know you have an asset or a liability is very simply this. If let's say you're married with 3 kids and all this stuff, and you stop working, the money coming in is money from an asset, and the money going out is money from a liability. So if you happen to have a little house sitting over here, and it's sucking cash out of your pocket every month, it's a liability. And add to it. A number of years ago, I bought a $7 million commercial building. The money. Coming in is money from an asset, and the money going out is money from a liability. So if you happen to have a little house sitting over here, and it's sucking cash out of your pocket every month, it's a liability. And add to it. A number of years ago, I bought a $7 million commercial building. I paid for it with zero down. And every month, after everything is paid for, it puts about $30,000 a month income in my pocket, or $360,000 a year for no money down. So that is the price of having a good education or a bad education. A good education is knowing the good debt versus bad debt and how debtors can win if you know what you're doing. Even in this economic environment of high volatility, because I'm basing all of my investments not on capital gains or appreciation, I base all of my investments on cash flow, how much money comes in. So,
And most poor people confuse.
If I borrow money, guess what? Do I pay taxes on debt?
I guess no.
What's that? Why is debt tax-free?
I don't know.
Because you don't pay taxes when you're getting fucking paid, bro. My employer.
That's how money is created. And so the banks love it. They love people who borrow lots of money. So how do I get rich? I borrow money. And I buy assets with it. The poor person borrows money and buys liabilities like purses, car.
천재다.
And most poor people.
If I borrow money, guess what? Do I pay taxes on debt?
I guess no.
What's that? This here is real silver.
And this here is gold. This is God's money. God's money. The reason I call it God's money is you can't fake it. Because it was here when the earth was created. And it will be here when we're all dead and gone. Now you're saving those fake dollars. This will still be for those fake ETFs, for those fake stocks. So I would recommend you guys buy this stuff. Don't save money. Don't save government money. Because they're going to corrupt this hell as you know. Save God's money.
Or invest in Bitcoin, the devil's money. Oh. The Bitcoin.
There's two kinds of items that people buy and think they're investing. One really is investing and the other isn't. If you buy something, a farm, an apartment house, or an interest in a business, and look to the asset itself to determine whether you've done something, what the farm produces, what the business earns, and so on. You don't really care what the stock market's open. You can do that on a private basis. In fact, you do it on a private basis if you buy a farm or an apartment house generally. And it's a perfectly satisfactory investment. You look at the investment itself to deliver the return to you. Now, if you buy something, Bitcoin or some cryptocurrency, you don't have anything to produce anything anymore. There's two kinds of.
Like, I bought Bitcoin at 9,000 and I thought I was being fleeced. But the reason I bought it at 9 was because COVID shut down the world economy. So I thought it was pretty, when they started printing, so I bought Bitcoin at 9. I wish I bought it at 10 cents, like a lot of people did. But now I look like a genius because today it's around 55,000. This is April 2021. And I think it's going to go to 1.2 million in 5 more years. Like, I bought Bitcoin at 9,000 and I thought I was being fleeced. But the reason I bought it at 9 was because COVID shut down the world economy. So I thought it was pretty, when they started printing, so I bought Bitcoin at 9. I wish I bought it at 10 cents, like a lot of people did. But now I look like a genius because today it's around 55,000. This is April 2021. And I think it's going to go to 1.2 million.
You were panicking more to make money to buy crypto when crypto was reaching all-time highs than you are now when it's on sale. It's the same coins, the same infrastructure, the same ideals, the same technology. Now that the prices have tanked, you need to buy now. You should be panicked now to buy as much Bitcoin needs as possible, so in 3 years you can guaranteed retire from life forever. You were panicking more to make money
How do you invest in crypto? I know a lot of you guys lost a lot of money. You thought you're going to become crypto millionaire. It's still possible, but the problem that many of the young guys that I talked to did, they put all their money in crypto, expecting it to go up a ridiculous amount. The correct thing to do is to put about 10% of everything that you're making into crypto. Here's why. Because if it goes down to zero, you only lost 10%. You're still keeping 90% of the money that you made. Not a big deal. But if it goes up, it's probably get 100x. If you put 10% into 100x's, you're going to get a huge return. The reason behind this is because you're taking the least amount of risk, okay, but you're still giving yourself an unbounded upside. Anytime you invest, if you want to become a good investor, you have to think about reducing your downside, but
100x year high.
You should learn. This man's made. Can you play the clip in 2012 and 13 when it was at 200 and everybody was laughing at me on CNBC every time I would talk about Bitcoin? This man's name is Chamath Palihapitiya. Chamath will probably be the world's richest man in the next 20 years. Do you know why? That's because back in 2010, he got 1 million Bitcoins for $80 each. Meaning, if Bitcoin hits $1 million, he will be the world's first trillionaire. That's over a 1.259 million % return. Today, his Bitcoin holding is worth more than $2 trillion. Did I mention that he wants to turn the Hamptons into affordable housing? You should learn. This man's making.
So Bitcoin goes down to around.
You should learn it.
So on and so forth. One of the Hi everyone, it's been a while since I did a video, and I just want to do a quick video discussing where Bitcoin is and what it's going to do in the next few months, at least what I see it's going to do. I mean, I can do completely wrong, and I've been wrong before, but, you know, it's fun to guess at these things, and so I'm going to lay out some guesses on where it's going and so forth. One of the things I want you to understand is that Bitcoin is more than just a payment system. Satoshi Nakamoto, he wrote it as to ensure that, you know what, you could do escrow transactions, bonded contracts, third-party arbitration, and multi-party signatures, and much more. This system, this whole Bitcoin protocol, is such a big game changer that, you know, the Bart Chilton coming out and saying that he wants to regulate it, he has no clue how that he's going to get a knife in the belly and a twist, that criminal, right, who says that, you know, silver's not manipulated. He's going to see that Bitcoin is going to regulate its own self, because you can create a system that allows for what's it called, leverage options and what's it called, derivatives, basically, which they want to regulate without a centralized system. And these are the amazing things that the Bitcoin protocol provides that you're not aware of. So right now, most people are talking about is like, hey, you can buy drugs with it. You can what's it called? buy a few things with it, you transfer, you could just speculate it and so forth. But no. This system is bigger than you really can perceive right now. It's basically like perceiving the internet to where it is today back in 1992. You can't perceive what the internet would provide right back in 1992. I had no clue that YouTube existed in 1992. So clearly, this is how big. And I'm not trying to explain that this is how big Bitcoin is going to be. It also, right, if it catches on in a big way, right, all those features, right, have already been laid down in the very beginning. Satoshi thought of all these things, right, for finances. And I don't know how, but he's laid it all down inside the Bitcoin protocol so that it's possible once it gets big enough. Wow, this system has to remain free and open. I'm going to move my life in that direction, ensuring that Bitcoins does not get co-opted by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and so forth, because it is a freedom provider for the rest of humanity, because you can't create more. It's mathematically impossible. And you know, a lot of you are skeptical, a lot of you don't believe in the Bitcoin system, and that's fine. You can stay on the sidelines, but if you really want to become wealthy in the future, I suggest you take $1 frickin' $1, buy some Bitcoins, put it in a goddamn wallet, put it fucking away. Okay, sorry for swearing, but you know what? It's just $1. Get some Bitcoins, put it away. Goes to nothing. Who cares, right? You only spent $1, right? You'll get a million satoshis for $1, right? And the way I see it, that will be worth $1 million just for inflation once Bitcoin gets to where it's going to be. So it's up to you. You know what? I know you're not going to listen to that advice, most of you, and it's kind of sad because you know what? I'm just proud of the fact that once at least 5 people become either millionaires or well off, that have emailed me thanking me for recommending Bitcoins. Now, I'm hoping that every single one of you buys $1 worth of Bitcoins, just $1 frickin' dollar, because you're going to be thanking me for that $1, just $1 of Bitcoins that you purchased. But the odds are most of you, 90% of you, are not going to buy even $1 worth of Bitcoins. For what reason? I have no idea. Anyways, if you take my advice, that's great. If not, that's the way it is. As for the guessing of where Bitcoin's going to go in the next 6 months, I think Bitcoin's is in a spiral downtrend. I believe that it's going to go down for quite a bit, bottom out around $20 to $26, and then start moving back up for over the next 3 years. Could be wrong, because if a black swan like Cypress flies. Hi everyone, it's been a while since I did a video, and
Hi, I'm David Jeremy, the Vinci Jeremy. Back in 2007, I realized our financial system is nothing short of massive deception that affects every individual on this planet who lacks understanding of inner workings. As software developers, I never enjoyed public speaking or playing YouTube videos. Recognized the necessity of making modest contribution to combat this fraudulent scheme, which led me to establish my YouTube channel. I firmly believe gold and silver held the key to resolving this predicament, and thus I dedicate my discussions to this particular topic at first. Surpassing the conventional fiat currency that we currently rely upon to subscribe today. Fiat currency.
I did a video and I just 왜 매일 맥카페를 마시냐고?
Fiat currency, it's corrupt. That's why rich can't keep getting richer. Because poor can't sustain that money, bro. Fiat currency. 힘들어. 지금 할 수 없으면 일단은 이걸 할 수 없으면 일단 딴 거라도 해. 계속 돈에 대해서 배워. 지금 배우는 중이야.
Don't you know, talking about the revolution sounds. Don't you know, talking about the revolution sounds. While they're standing above their lines, crying the doorsteps of the armies of salvation, wasting time, thinking of organize, sitting around, waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about the revolution sounds. We're gonna rise up, get there, yeah. We're gonna rise up, take what's there. you know you better run, 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 run. Get there. Don't you know? Themselves are means of salvation. Wasting time in the unorganized. Sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds. We're gonna rise up. Get there, yeah. We're gonna rise up. Take what's there. It's finally the table are starting to turn. Talk about the revolution. It's finally the table are starting to turn. Talk about the revolution. Talk about the revolution. Having to love and die. Trying to do themselves as armies of salvation. Wasting time in the unorganized. Sitting around. Waiting for a promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds. Waiting for a promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds. Finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. It's finally the tables.
과학적인 것 같아. 과학적인 나르시스트 같아. 좀 나르시스트. 소수자는 It won't go up. I don't know why it stopped going up.
5년 만에 다시 또
Hi, it's Paddy Goshen Marketplace. So when you hear the word fiat in conversation, you might think, oh, nice little Italian car. So when it comes to money, sorry, nice little Italian cars are not what we're thinking of. So where does the word fiat come from? Well, back in the day, if you took a dollar and walked into a bank a long time ago, you used to be able to get a certain amount of gold for that dollar because a dollar was worth a certain amount of gold. Of course, if you tried that today in the United States, you get laughed out of the bank. The reason is because a dollar, because a gold, sorry, nice little Italian cars are not what we're thinking of. So where does the word fiat come from? Well, back in the day, if you took a dollar and walked into a bank a long time ago, you used to be able to get a certain amount of gold for that dollar because a dollar was worth a certain amount of gold. Of course, if you tried that today in the United States, you get laughed out of the bank. And the reason is because the dollar is what's, like most currencies, is what's called a fiat currency, fiat money. So what does that word fiat actually mean? Well, it comes from the Latin, let it be done. So if you're familiar with the phrase royal fiat is when the king or the queen, someone in power, decides that they want to do something. They do something by royal fiat. So the king might say, I want everyone's gold in the entire realm. Let it be done. Because he's the king, everybody does it. That's kind of what happened in the United States whenever the government decided to take the gold standard away from the dollar. So it actually decoupled the value of a dollar from the value of gold. And then the government said, this is worth $1 worth of goods and services backed by the United States government. So it's not really worth the paper it's written on. It's only worth what somebody else is prepared to give you in return for that dollar. That's really all it is. So because it's not backed by gold and silver, this is great news for the government. Because the government can now go out and crank out as many of these as it needs to fund a war or to bail out a bank or whatever. It's great news. It's actually pretty good news for us as individuals because it means that now that our currency isn't tied to the value of a commodity like gold or silver, it means it's not going to be quite so volatile as it has been in the past. The bad news, of course, is that if the government prints lots and lots of those dollars, vast amounts of money goes into the system, it means you've got more dollars chasing fewer goods and services. And that can lead to inflation. The government means that now that our currency isn't tied to the value of a commodity like gold or silver, it means it's not going to be quite so volatile as it has been in the past. The bad news, of course, is that if the government prints lots and lots of those dollars, vast amounts of money goes into the system, it means you've got more dollars chasing fewer goods and services. And that can lead to inflation, where the value of your dollar is worth a lot less. And of course, that can also lead to hyperinflation, where the value of your dollar just falls off a cliff because there's just so many dollars chasing so few goods and services. And when that happens, it can leave us very badly.
You'll light the fire sky, light the sky.
This is Matthew Cratter from Bitcoin University, and today I wanted to talk about why fiat money is dead. And I think this is not an over-exaggeration, as you're going to see in this video. Fiat money is just any government-issued currency that's not backed by anything like US dollars, euros, yen, Australian dollars, Canadian dollars, etc. And apparently there's an endless supply of this stuff. We have this quote from Ben Bernanke, former chair of the Fed. Back in 2002, he wrote that the U.S. government has a technology called a printing press, or today its equivalent, electronic equivalent, that allows it to produce as many U.S. dollars as it wishes at essentially no cost. This is really an exorbitant privilege. We have Neil Kashkari at the Fed. Just a couple of years ago, saying there's an infinite amount of cash at the Fed. Technology called a printing press, or today its equivalent, electronic equivalent, that allows it to produce as many US dollars as it wishes at essentially no cost. This is really an exorbitant privilege. We have Neil Kashkari at the Fed just a couple of years ago saying there's an infinite amount of cash at the Fed, and he said this on 60 Minutes. Every time the central bank or banks print up more money, it picks the pockets of savers, and it steals the economic energy of millions who sacrifice their finite time on Earth for money that the state can then print up for free.
Money printing and inflation are essentially stealth attacks on the working and middle class. Money printing and inflation are especially stealth attacks on the working and middle class.
Dilute everybody. Money printing and inflation that's caused by money printing are especially a stealth tax on the working and middle classes. Wealthy people have better means to hedge. Holding fiat money makes you poor and keeps you a wage slave, as we can see here with the declining purchasing power of the US dollar over time. Holding fiat also helps to fund government theft, bank bailouts, bank bail-ins, aka theft. This is what happened in Cyprus when there's just a state grab of the assets at the bank in order to recapitalize the banks. Fiat money funds huge capital misallocation, bridges to nowhere. When you have a money printer, you don't have to sit back and make the hard choices that you do when you cannot simply print up your money. Fiat also funds socialist policies that destroy previously prosperous countries like Argentina, for example. Fiat just destroys your standard of living as well. Your grandfather ate steak and butter. Your father ate ground beef and olive oil. You eat fake meat fried in industrial lubricants. Your grandfather had furniture made from solid wood, and you sit on off-gassy, cheap plastic and particle board furniture. Your grandfather owned a house and some acreage. You live in an urban box like laboratory animal. And this is in part because the money is so bad that investors seek to preserve their purchasing power by buying up houses that they don't really need to live in. Thus, they add a monetary premium to housing. They make it more expensive than it otherwise would be if we had sound money. And thus, this contributes to the housing crisis and to homelessness. Fiat money also gives you, as we said, fiat food. It gives you a fiat body. It gives you fiat art and culture, very superficial, high time preference culture. And fiat makes you a slave of the state and then forces you to fund your own captivity because the government doesn't bring in enough revenue. What it does is it has to print up the difference, and it uses that to hire people who will surveil you, 20,000 new staff, costing $80 billion at the IRS. Fiat and especially CBDCs help to lock people into a digital prison of state control, as we see in China and increasingly in the US. This is from out of China. China's social credit scoring system is getting a CBDC upgrade. Now China's digital wallet app, which
열심히 투자도 해고 해야 되니까. 이런 거였어. 열심히 투자를 해봐야 되니까. 연습용 투자라도 해야 되니까 얼마나 달라. 어디 골프 치고 싶어요. 100만원 줄 수 있나요? 저번에 본 100만원, 약속한 100만원 줄 수 있나요? 연습용을 하고 싶어. 지금 힘들잖아. 평생 고생해. 힘들어. I need my $100,000. I'm so tired. I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try. It's worthless. Not responding. Don't need to try. Tell Fiat money. I need my $100,000 that they promised me.
Chat or Alipay. only allows people with a 550 or higher social credit score to recharge their electric cars. Something similar, a minimum social credit score of 550 is required to charge your electric car and buy food from self-service grocery stores and vending machines in China. If your score is below 550, you can't eat or travel. Chinese people are prisoners living. Open air digital prison. And if we let our fiat money transition into a central bank digital currency, we are going to be suffering from the same thing in Europe and in the US. Fiat also funds the forever wars that kill the young and the poor mostly, while enriching the state and its military industrial complex. These people are prisoners living in an open air digital prison. And if we let our fiat money transition into a central bank digital currency, we are going to be suffering from the same thing in Europe and in the US. Fiat also funds the forever wars that kill the young and the poor mostly, while enriching the state and its military industrial complex. Cronies, this is a classic essay that I've been meaning to discuss on this channel by Alex Gladstein, The Invisible Cost of War in the Age of Quantitative Easing. Through its increasingly unscrupulous monetary policy, the US government officials mask the costs of war from the American public. Bitcoin could fix this, and his basic thesis is something like this: fiat allows governments to fight wars without public consent and without raising taxes, which people may want to consider the war, reconsider the war if they realize it can be taxed to pay for it. But with money printing, you can just print the difference. Expensive and unpopular, this is a quote from that article, expensive and unpopular US military operations like the Iraq War would not be possible to sustain for decades, including Afghanistan, of course, without zero interest rate policies or and quantitative easing, which is when the Fed prints up money and buys government bonds in order to fund government deficit spending. These carry significant negative externalities for the average citizen, mostly coming through in the form of inflation of consumer goods and other things. The money that you hold is an ethical choice. And if you hold US dollars or other fiat, you are actively helping to fund bank bailouts and banker bonuses, government surveillance and overreach, socialist economic policies, capital misallocation. Concentration camps, as we're seeing in China, tyranny, theft, and forever wars.
Change to real system, bro. Change to real capitalist system. It just gold and silver.
By contrast, when you exchange your US dollars or other fiat for Bitcoin, you are actively helping to defund all of these. When you vote in an election, usually nothing happens. But when you vote with your money, when you exchange your fiat for Bitcoin, your vote actually counts. When you stack sats and put them away forever, you weaken the US dollar and strengthen Bitcoin. When you stack sats, you weaken the demons and the ghouls who reside in Washington, D.C. and at the IMF and the World Bank and the WEF. When you stack sats, you withdraw your consent from demonic policies. When you stack sats, you defund the demons and their insider trading and dealing, their paternalism, their rules for thee, but not for me. Fiat money is death. Remember this, that the fiat regime is one where an endless money printer subsidizes endless bad decisions until it all comes to a catastrophic end, culminating in hyperinflation and economic collapse every single time. This is how every fiat currency ends. Fiat is Shiat. Fiat is the money of demons and ghouls and soulless bankers and politicians. By contrast, Bitcoin is freedom money. Bitcoin is peer-to-peer money that you can send to anyone on earth. Bitcoin is a bearer asset that you can store in your brain without any counterparty risk. No banks or bankers required. Bitcoin is money that cannot be debased by bankers or confiscated by totalitarian governments. Bitcoin is ethical money for 8 billion people on earth. So just say no to unethical, dirty fiat money. Fiat is death. Bitcoin is life. I think you should choose Bitcoin. It's not going to be a video tomorrow, but I look forward to seeing all of you on YouTube.
I'm actually at the point where, although I do own quite a lot of property, I don't want any more. I'm going full crazy Mr. Blockchain now. You can actually control and own your money. You can actually have your money, right? How else are you going to have it? In cash? And then you got to deal with inflation. Remember the big Bitcoin crash, $5,400 and being this corona thing? I'm going to really tank. Don't say it's over. I put a tweet up that I still retweet to this day saying, Bitcoin's coming back. I'm buying $600,000 today and we can talk when it's at 8,000. About $600,000, like $12 million. I had cash in a bank, and when everything hit the fan, the first thing I thought was, I don't want cash. I want something else. Give me an asset. Okay, how can I get an asset that the government can't take? Bitcoin. I think a lot of people who are forward thinking and believe the things I believe in, it's the only look.
Do you think it would be a good thing if we got back?
Why would you save money when they're printing money?
Because you didn't, I don't know.
Because that's what you've been told to do.
Of course.
So question that. I questioned all that. Why would I save money when they print money? Then they tell you to save. Do you know why they tell you to save money?
I don't know.
Because the system of banking, so when you save, so let's say you save $1 US, €1, €1 yen, the banking system can lend out 10. So the entire system is called the fractional reserve system. The fractional reserve system is also printing money. Then they tell you to save money, so they want you to save money so they can lend out your money 10 times.
Because I can't print it. Yeah. Why would you save money when they're printing money? Because I can't print it.
Here we are, Miss Hathaway. King Alexander's first deposit. There must be $100,000 in each of these. He's got $3 billion more. Wait a minute. What's this stuff?
It's Australian currency. King Alexander's a billionaire, all right, in platinum.
Well, it must be.
Do you think it would be a good thing if we got back to a gold standard? And how as a country could we do this? So the idea of sort of a soft gold standard where the dollar is actually tied to the value of gold, that makes a lot of sense to me. Going back to something like Bretton Woods makes some sense to me. The hard gold standard is a little bit different. The hard gold standard was the idea that you could literally take your money and go up to the counter and trade in your dollar for an ounce of gold or whatever. That's been basically outlawed in the United States since FDR. it seems to me that we don't have enough gold on hand to actually make that happen anymore. But pegging the value of the dollar to some sort of hard asset as opposed to the fiat currency, where we gradually inflate the dollar to the point where over the course of 50 years, you've lost nearly all of the value of the dollar you put in the bank, that seems more solid to me. It seems more predictable to me. It's less flexible. If there's an economic shock, it means that the government can't inflate its way out of a problem, or it can't manipulate interest rates so as to cool down or heat up the economy. But it also means that if you're a business person, you have a lot of predictability in the market.
Time and time and again, the clearest indicators of when a fiat currency is going to decline and to collapse is when those who are holding its debt sell the debt and the government, central bank, has to print money to buy that debt in large size while that's going to collapse, is when those who are holding its debt sell the debt and the government central bank has to print money to buy that debt in large size while that's going down. Those are the most important indicators. So that you can see it, again, I want to repeat, selling the debt so that there's a big supply-demand imbalance, and the central bank having to come in there and buy the debt that no one else will buy in large quantity, so that then there's a currency devaluation. You have those three things aligned, the currency devaluation going down at the same time as those other two things are happening. And that's been a classic. It's like a bank run. They come to the bank, there's not enough money in the bank, and so they have to make a
On August 15th, on August 15th, 1971, President Richard Nixon.
Hold up.
역시 지식인은 달라 경제학 전공이 저렇게 타 분야에 대해서도 폭넓은 사고를 가지고 있단. 폭넓은 사고. 지식인은 달라. Man, are you gonna fiat currency죠?
Announced that the United
피곤해.
States would be terminating the convertibility of American dollars on August 15th, 1970.
It's not responding. Only so many times. He didn't give me $1,000. I'm making so many calls. Making so many calls, bro. 잘 안 되네. 나 대관 나중에 신고하지 않을 거야 돼. 이거 돈이니까. 안 보여. 나는 그러면 국가랑 같이 나갈 거야. 국가가 내 타입을 할 거야. 이렇게 안 되면 아무것도 안 되면 국가가 편될 거야.
President Richard Nixon announced that the United States would be terminating the convertibility of American dollars into gold, turning the world's reserve medium of exchange into something backed by nothing but next 5 years, the price of gold, which up until that point had been the baseline store of value, more than tripled in price. Put another way, by this same standard, the American dollar lost more than 2/3 of its value. This decision preceded 2 decades of record high inflation in the US, when prices were increasing by double-digit percentages year on year, all while the value of the American dollar slumped in international markets. Today, we are once again staring down the barrel of record high inflation. So it seems only sensible to ask ourselves, was dropping the gold standard a mistake? Many prominent economists and financiers point to this moment as the beginning of the end for America's economic superiority, while many more argue that it was a necessary step that released the currency and by extension the global economy from an unnecessary burden. Following the global financial crisis of 2008, there were renewed calls by certain policymakers to take a look at the possible return of a gold standard in America. And once again, as the world struggles through another period of economic uncertainty, the idea does seem worth exploring. This is also a great excuse to understand the history of what got us onto and off of the gold standard, and to take a look at some genuine pros and cons that champions from either side of this very contentious debate tend to omit from their arguments. So, what was the gold standard and why was it abandoned? What was the advantage of the gold standard and what were the drawbacks? And finally, is returning to the gold standard something that could fix the economic issues that we are facing today? The gold standard, as it existed up until 1971, was first introduced in 1944 towards the end of World War II with the introduction of the Bretton Woods system. The Bretton Woods Agreement was a system of monetary management that was established to make financial relations between the United States and its new allies easier. It worked by having all countries in the system make their currencies exchangeable for a set amount of US dollars, and the US dollar itself would be exchangeable for a set amount of gold. This indirectly made the currencies of all of the participating nations gold-backed in their own right without requiring them to keep massive gold reserves themselves. However, American dollars themselves could not be directly converted to gold domestically. This convertibility was only available to foreign participants, not regular everyday Americans. This system worked alright, and it certainly enabled a level of global trade that was inconceivable up to that point. But of course, there were problems. Currencies sort of act like shock absorbers for international trade. If left to do their own thing, they will naturally increase and decrease in value as the economies that they represent go through periods of boom and busts. If an economy goes through a really rough patch, its currency will lose value in foreign exchange markets. This devalued currency will make the economy's exports artificially more competitive globally, which will help domestic industries. If an economy is doing really well, it means that its currency will increase in value, giving it the opportunity to invest into foreign economies, which should, in theory. But the US was doing well, then it got particularly healthy towards the end of the 60s. Normally this would mean that the US dollar would fall in value, which as long as that fall isn't too severe, wouldn't be a huge problem. As we saw earlier, it could actually help American exports, which could cushion the blow of the economic turmoil. But with pegged rates, this didn't happen. The other Bretton Woods countries saw that the American dollar was overvalued relative to what it should be. Obviously, they wouldn't want to trade their own currencies for US dollars while it was overvalued.
Why would you save money?
बच्चे आप लोग ने कभी सोचा है कि जब आप मार्केट में कुछ भी खरीदने जाते हैं तो आप किसको ना यूज करके इसी
You've heard the phrase fiat currency, but what does it actually mean? The word fiat is Latin and it means by decree or by declaration. It means something is so because the government says that it is so, and it enforces that it is so. And so when you hear fiat currency, what you're really hearing is this is money because the government enforces it. If we take one step further, we can recognize that the only way the government enforces anything is through the use or the threat of violence, because if you do not abide by the laws, they use violence to incarcerate you or at worst death penalty. And so really, a fiat currency is not a currency by declaration. It is a currency where it is money by force.
What is fiat money and why are we on that system? Governments wanted to be able to tax you without going through legislation and making it visible to you. Inflation was baked into the currency. You had corporations that actually wanted to pay the workers less. But hey, if you're making $20 an hour, you're not going to settle for 10. Through inflation, if you can make that $20 spend like 10, the government gets that inflation tax without you realizing it, and corporations get to pay you that much less without you realizing it. That's what central bankers call price stability if you don't ask for more money. That's why central bankers want relatively low inflation rates, because then you just accept that money. But hey, in 1971, the average wage was $9,500, and one wage earner could support a family of four. Today, the average wage is something like $57,000, and you need two wage earners and your paycheck to paycheck. Fiat money was invented for governments and corporations at the expense. What is fiat money and why are we on that system? Governments wanted to be able to tax you without going through legislation and making it visible to you. Inflation was baked into the currency. You had corporations that actually wanted to pay the workers less. But hey, if you're making $20 an hour, you're not going to settle for 10. Through inflation, if you can make that $20 spend like 10, the government gets that inflation tax without you realizing it, and corporations get to pay you that much less without you realizing it. That's what central bankers call price stability if you don't ask for more money. That's why central bankers want relatively low inflation rates, because then you just accept that money. But hey, in 1971, the average wage was $9,500, and one wage earner could support a family of four. Today, the average wage is something like $57,000, and you need two.
I think that you have to have a certain amount of gold in your portfolio, or you have to have something that's hard. There are three monetary systems that happen. The first is, in the old days, it had intrinsic value. You'd carry around gold coins. Then we come up with the idea of banks or even central banks. And what they do is they create certificates, we call notes, that are claims on those things. And we put many more certificates than there is money in the bank. And that's a linked system. And so we did that, and we broke that in 1971. Then you have a fiat monetary system, which means that you can print whatever amount of money you want. And you can put that, and that's what governments do. So we're in that part of the cycle, bigger picture, so that when you think about things, the depreciation of
I'm actually at the point where, although and there it was.
와 미쳤다.
화폐 공부에 근무하고 있는 품질관리부장 나필람이라고 합니다. 뭐 1,000원권, 만원권, 5,000원권은 여기서 다 생산합니다. 5만원권까지. 학원에 완성되는 게 아니라 지문에서부터 평판, 스크린 공정, 홀로그램 공정, 비윤곽 찍는 공정, 압윤곽 찍고 나서 검사장치랑 통과하는 거예요. 발판에서 번호만 더 따로 찍어요. 시중에 유통되는 그 크기로 잘라서
야 저것 때문에 우리가 일하는 거야?
최종 검사 공정 거친 다음에 다시 출하하는 거예요. 첫 스타트해서 여기까지 완료된 순간까지 한 달 반. 항공용 찍고 나서 뭐 3, 4일 말리고 나서 그 다음 공정, 그 다음 공정. 여러 가지 보안 요소가 들어가는데 보안 같은 거, 의사분 같은 것들. 지수가 그 양이 많고 적고에 따라서 인쇄물이 확 달라지기 때문에 그것도 제일 심하게 조정해야 되고 기술이 많이 필요합니다. 처음에 기수가 생명이다. 기술 많이 들어갔거든요. 간장이라도 수량이 안 맞으면 퇴근을 못해요. 그리고 세돈 받으면 기분 좋듯이 뭐 국민들도 그럴 거라고 간장이라도 수량이 안 맞으면 퇴근을 못해요. 그리고 세돈 받으면 기분 좋듯이 뭐 국민들도 그럴 거라고 생각해요. 커피에 간장 만드는데 진짜 여러 공정을 거칩니다. 그래서 여러 사람의 이제 픽장이 들어가는 제품이니까 뭐 여러분께서도 좀 깨끗하게 써주시고 만든 사람들의 노고를 좀 생각해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
저 종이 조각에 울고 웃는 세상.
I'm in the position where now I'm in the NBA. I can never go broke again. 원주. 캐피털. 캐피털. 자자. 4시 10분이다. 누워서 쉬자. 힘들어. Money is not real. What if we go back? What if we went back to the gold standard?
Bringing up the subject of the gold standard is strictly taboo in the economics profession and among financial policy makers. It's long past time, though, to break that taboo.
Because it invites
I'm Steve
slavery.
Thorpe, and this is
Slavery, bro. Invites slavery. Capitalism. Capital. 자본. 캐피탈은 자원주의.
what's ahead, where you get the insights you need to better navigate these turbulent times. Talk about cancel culture. Gold standard, which the U.S. successfully operated under from the time of George Washington to the early 1970s, has for years been the great unmentionable among economists and financial officials who derisively dismiss it, even a discussion of the topic. Too bad, because the existence of the gold standard would have prevented the economic disasters of this century, including our present woes. You never get inflation with the gold standard. It would have spared us the calamity of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, the subsequent unprecedented suppression of interest rates, and the binge of money printing before and during the pandemic, all of which led to the mess we're in today. Money is a measure of value, just like scales measure weight, clocks measure time, rulers measure space. We all know instinctively the need for fixed weights and measures in the marketplace. The size of a gallon doesn't change each day, nor does the number of ounces in a pound, or inches in a foot, or the number of minutes in an hour. An economy works best when its currency is a reliable measure of value. For a variety of reasons, gold for thousands of years has kept its intrinsic value better than anything else, better than silver, platinum, palladium, copper, coconut shells, or cryptocurrencies. When you see the price of gold change, it's not its value that is changing, but rather the value of the currency it's being priced in that is fluctuating. Money that is fixed in value makes buying and selling and investing easier, just as fixed weights in the grocery store make it easier to shop. A pint of ice cream today is the same size as it was yesterday. If we return to a gold standard and fix the dollar to the yellow metal at, say, $1,900 an ounce, all it would mean is that if gold went above $1,900, you'd reduce the money supply. If it went below it, you would increase it. Contrary to myth, a gold standard doesn't artificially restrict an economy's money supply. It simply means that the money created has a stable value. Without really intending to do so, the U.S. blew up the post-World War II gold standard in the early 1970s, and we in the world never went back on it. We've suffered for it with an average economic growth rate far below our historic average. Consider this. In the late 1970s, after recovering from the distortions of the Second World War, our average growth rate was around 4.2% until we abandoned the gold standard. Since then, until the pandemic, the average is about 2.7%. If we had maintained our gold-based average, our median household income would be around $110,000, not today's $70,000. $40,000 more income. So toss out
Normalize guys wearing nail polish.
I just think capitalism is stupid and it doesn't work. I mean, obviously, look at our country, it doesn't work.
Okay, can we pause it there for 1 second? My favorite is when people who are wearing things that they bought at a store that are much nicer than anything they could get in a communist country are like capital. The fact is that capitalism has raised.
Take a big L, bro. Bitch. Modern slavery.
Slavery's not gone anywhere, right? So the old school idea of slavery, government would get slaves, make them work for money. That's slavery. What do they do now? Get people, make them do things for money. But the government brings money. You are still a slave. So let's look at even American slavery, the slavery that most Americans understand. You're gonna let's imagine what's a good wage in England? 100 ready? You have to resist the slave mind. You have to look at it all and understand they are trying to make a slave of you. And when I say slave, I do not mean slave like I mean the word slave. They are printing money from the sky and you're giving up your life for it. If they can create something in unlimited amounts anytime they want, and you'll give up your life and time for that said thing, you are their slave. They don't need to use power and control and whips anymore. They just have the money print money. It's slavery. And they need to make sure that even if you know that, you don't feel powerful enough to do anything about it. All of this, every single thing about the modern world was deliberately constructed to get us to a point where they can come along and lock you in your house or something. The 99.9% survival rate. The police didn't really enforce it because they knew it was stupid. So the old school, I've seen it.
We were told to go to school, get good grades, get a good education, right? I did that. At one point, I'm sitting at my job. I'm like, man, they're lying to me. I'm like, this is supposed to be the American dream? Working 60, 70-hour work weeks. By the way, my wife is doing the same thing. And, every Sunday night, I'm seeing this look on her face because as the sun begins to set, her face begins to drop. Because what? Monday's getting closer. Monday's getting closer, man. I gotta go to work on
it. Oh, they call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. 9 to 5 means that you're working for someone else's dream. So fucking sad. We throw our lives away just so a few people at the top can enjoy theirs. Yeah, we need to revolt, bro. I only like the way people said, "Oh, you're a lawyer," still bragging rights. I hated Sunday evening. I was sure freaked out when I started my own internet business and sales. Do what you love, and you'll never work a day in your life.
This is a key element to capitalism. For capitalism to thrive, you need to have a huge percentage of the population who accept a slave's life. And when I say a slave's life, I mean that slavery used to mean, here, come work on the cotton field, you could go sleep in the house. Now it means, here, come work in Starbucks, here's some money, use that. Money to go sleep in your house. It's the same. Most people are genuinely semi-depressing miserable. That's because we live in a capitalist world, and I believe that one of the cogs that drives capitalism is the fact that people need to be unhappy. They depress themselves on purpose, and they do this because if you're not depressed, you're not going to continue to work a job you hate, trying to save up for a Ferrari you're never going to afford. That depression is very, very important for capitalism. If you experience trouble, most people are genuinely semi-depressed and miserable. That's because we live in a capitalist world, and I believe that one of the cogs that drives capitalism is the fact that people need to be unhappy. They depress themselves on purpose, and they do this because if you're not depressed, you're not going to continue to work a job you hate, trying to save up for a Ferrari you're never going to afford. That depression is very, very important for capitalism. It allows people to do things they don't want to do, hoping that money will one day make them happy, even though it never will. Most people, if you experience trouble or trauma, a lot of the right-wing guys are actually. If you experience trouble or trauma repeatedly from a particular type or color of person, you will naturally fear said group of people. And this is called racism. However, it's really pattern recognition. If I arrest a lot of the right-wing guys are actually losers. I'm literally the only person I know who I would consider.
The problem is that a lot of these things are not what people think they are. There are people who think so surface level. The people inside the matrix think surface level. They sit there and think, this is only about accepting what gay people want to do. I don't care what gay people want to do. I'm not homophobic. I don't give a shit what you want to do. It's not about that. What's that?
자, 시간 강사를 위했다면서 나는 그게 아니야. 지금 캐피털로 돌아가는 나라라니까. 하면 안 줄 것 같아 어차피. 뭐. 그러니까. 편하게 편하게 감정 노동하지 말고 컴퓨터나 사려고 하자. 컴퓨터 필요해.
Actually happening is that the New World Order and people who are in charge of the world are using certain agendas to enforce. They're using them as a disguise to enforce hidden things. You understand? It's like the Green New Deal. They come along and say global warming, global warming, global warming. They pretend it's about the planet, but really it's about just raising taxes to the sky, locking you in your house, and taking your car away. They don't give a shit about the planet. It's a disguise. So the people who are in charge of the world are using certain agendas which they don't want you to argue against to sneak in a bunch of other legislation, a bunch of other rules. And the whole pro-gay acceptance thing is exactly the same. It's nothing to do with gays. People who are in charge of the world don't care about anyone but themselves. They don't care about you, whether you're gay or straight. Video get taken down. But anyone who has a brain who wants to go and find out, you will find out that all this green agenda they're pushing has nothing to do with the environment. All this gay stuff, they don't care. But by saying that, now there's sheep. We're cattle to them. They want us to comply. They don't want our individuality. They don't want us to think for ourselves. They want us to just sit there and obey like robots. So every single one of them is slowly inching until they get away with the law. That's what they're doing. And they're all inching towards communism, which is what they want at the end, because communism is the governmental system that allows us the most control of the world. People sit there and go, oh no, the governments don't want communism. The governments want free enterprise because governments want money and governments want everyone to be rich and they want people to be wealthy. This is beyond money. The people in charge of the world print the money. They don't care about money. They don't care about economies. They don't care about taxes. All these things are pro-key consideration. When you print the money, do you think you give a shit if the economy is good or bad? You print the money. You don't care. What you care about is when you click your fingers, do people obey you? That's what they want. They want power. Oh, yeah. That's what it's really about. The whole world's about power. So when someone comes on TV and tells me I'm supposed to believe something, you need to believe this about the planet. You need to believe this about the gays. You need to believe this about this virus. You need to believe this. I sit there and I look at it and go,
Capitalism. How do you succeed though?
Pick also for 1.5. Who do you think really runs the world?
Think about what things people are most addicted to. Video games, steroids, partying, all of that stuff. But what's one of the most addicting things that many of those guys can't get? Power.
Money.
The of having a lot of power, people that look at you that are afraid of you. Some people love that. You know the quote, like, if you really want to test someone's character, give them power. I mean, some people really love having power. Take a company and see some of the guys that they hired. They hired the wrong person at the top. The guy was all driven by power. What happens? Take a president that becomes a president and he realizes he can use the justice system against his opponent. Those people, I believe, are out there. Some of them are 100% money people because money talks, but there's also the other power players behind closed doors. John Maxwell wrote about this in a book saying the law of E.F. Hutton. E.F. Hutton was in the room that every time the guy was making a decision, he wouldn't make a decision until he asked about E.F. Hutton. There's a lot of those guys that In order for capitalism to work, you need 4 elements. There are 4 elements to capitalism for it to work. And what America's done is, America's taken one of these elements out, and it's only left 3 of them. Here's what the 3 are. Capitalism allows you and I the freedom to buy whatever we want to buy that's legal. So freedom to buy, freedom to sell whatever you want that's legal, and freedom to try. You want to try real estate? It didn't work? Great. I want to go. You want to try opening up a restaurant? Great. Didn't work. You want to go try this food? You want to go try this? You have the freedom to try whatever you want to try that's legal, right? That's the freedom that you have. The last one is the most important one, has been taken away. And I'll get to the last one here in a minute. Look, this last week, the last 4 days, I flew in 24 of our executives to Jekyll Island. The reason why I chose Jekyll Island is because in, I think, November 10th of 1910, I think 110 years ago, a group of leaders led by Senator Aldrich got together at Jekyll Island, and they started the Federal Reserve. And we went in the room where Federal Reserve got started with 6 different bankers and senators and power players that were there. And they made this idea, which eventually became the Federal Reserve, 1913.
Sweet. 그거 맞아. 씨로.
And it turned into what it is today. They printed trillions of dollars. Some say it's the most evil thing that's been built. Some said we needed that at a time like that because of what happened at war. Regardless of what it is, we went to Jekyll Island. And what Jekyll Island was known for is where Rockefellers had their own compound. William Rockefeller, we took our guys, we got a private tour of the Rockefeller compound. J.P. Morgan Chase. Matter of fact, Alexander Graham Bell made the first phone call to anybody from Jekyll Island. Just so you know, that's the idea of Jekyll Island. It's a very exclusive type of a club many years ago. So we had this meeting. While we're at the meeting, I unpacked because we were writing the constitution of our company, the declaration of our values and principles. And we started at 7 o'clock. One night we went till 3:30 in the morning. Great experience. One of the moments we talked about capitalism. And when I explained capitalism, I said the one thing about great leaders and great parents is when you see as a parent, I have an 8-year-old son, a 7-year-old son today, and a 4-year-old daughter today, right? It's very hard to see your kids. You can do everything for your kids. And when you want to do everything for your kids, it's very hard to not do it because you have the resources to do it, right? So where am I going with this? Many times, I was 22 years old. I was in debt, $49,000. I went to my dad and I said, Dad, I need you to pay off my debt. I'm in debt. It's really bad. I'm in a bad situation. My credit score is 484, 495, 499. And my dad said, son, I'm going to do one of the best things that I'm going to do for you today that you'll thank me decades from now. I said, what's that? He says, I'm not going to pay off your debt. I said, what do you mean? He says, I'm not going to pay off your debt. I said, what are you talking about? That's the best thing you're going to do for me. What kind of a father are you? All my friends that I told the story to, my dad helped me out, or my mom helped me out, or they helped me out. All my friends got bailed out, except one kid doesn't get bailed out, and it's me. My dad decides to not bail me out. Like, how do you not pay off my? You're my dad. You're supposed to do this. He says, I'm not supposed to do this. You're a grown man now. You got to be able to figure this thing out. I says, and by the way, here's the thing. I said, what's that? My friend at the time introduced me to a bankruptcy attorney. He says, Pat, here, go file bankruptcy. And you know what he said? Here's what he said. He said, how much more credit cards you got left? I said, I got about $7,000. He said, don't file BK unless you spend all the other $7,000. Some of you guys may add this story. Go spend it, then file the BK, because at that point, don't worry about it. The laws allows us to, but go spend all the $7,000. That's what one of my friends told me. You know what my dad told me? He said, if you file BK for the rest of your life, you're going to take the easy way out. It'll be one of the worst things you'll ever do if you do it. And I'm telling you, I'm not paying you off, but I think you can figure out a way to pay this money back. For 2 weeks, I didn't talk to my dad. You know what ended up happening? I kept every single statement. If you've ever seen the movie, the video, Life of an Entrepreneur in 90 Seconds, if you ever watch that video, go back and watch it. It's 90 seconds. If you see the credit report, pause and look at it. That's my credit score. That's actually my credit report. I ran in 2004. I think it's November date when I ran it. It shows my credit score 484, 495, 499. I was broke. My dad didn't pay me out. I kept every single statement. You know how crazy my credit report score was? I forgot to return Time Warner's little, I don't know what the Roadrunner thing they had back in the days, the cable box. I don't return. I owe Time Warner $720. I'm like, take this damn Roadrunner back. I had $720 I had to pay. I had $49,000 my dad didn't bail me out. You know what happened the next couple years? I paid every single thing that I had. I paid it off. What it did to me was the following. Remember the freedom to buy, freedom to sell, freedom to try? You know what the last one is that my dad allowed to happen, which is why he raised this leader that he raised, because without him, I'm a different boy. There is no Patrick Bet David what my dad did to me that day. You know what it was? It's the freedom to fail. It's the hardest one. My dad says, I'm comfortable with you failing, even though deep down inside he was in pain, wanting to bail out his only son. What father doesn't want to bail out the son? He said, I'm not going to bail you out. And that exact thing that happened to me made me realize for the rest of my life, I can stand on my own 2 feet. So what's going on with America today? What does this have to do with Jekyll Island? In Jekyll Island, I was talking to my leaders. I said,
What university did this guy go to? Only 45.
moment a leader realizes you do your part, you lead your guys, you work for your guys, you go out and create good opportunity, you create an environment where people are excited to have a leader like you. But the moment you're afraid of your sales guys being rejected and you feel guilty about the price they have to pay, you are no longer a leader. Because you can't sit there and feel guilty trying to take that freedom to fail away from them. You know what America is doing right now today? Tell you what America is doing right now. America is afraid of Americans failing. America is afraid of people failing. I'm not talking COVID-19, by the way. I'm not talking COVID-19 because this is a different time. America chose to change the guidelines about the fact that you can't open up the restaurant. If you're shutting down my restaurant and I want to work, that's on you, government, not on me. I didn't want to close down my restaurant. You did. So you do have to do something about those stuff. I'm talking COVID aside because this is an anomaly. But the whole too big to fail, 2008, that's the government's mistake. They kept the rates low, Nina, no income, no assets, no income, no assets. And then the one who gets greedy, you gotta let him fail. You know who bought him? Chase bought him for $1.9 billion, but didn't do it with other companies. Today in America, we have so many people that are becoming entitled. We have so many people that have this victim mentality. We have so many people that want to say it's the government's fault. We have so many people that want the government to bail them out. We have so many people that want everybody to do everything for them. Why? Because Chase bought him for $1.9 billion, but didn't do it with other companies. Today in America, we have so many people that are becoming entitled. We have so many people that have this victim mentality. We have so many people that want to say it's the government's fault. We have so many people that want the government to bail them out. We have so many people that want everybody to do everything for them. Why? Because when it comes down to capitalism, we don't have capitalism today in America. And not because, oh, we're a socialistic society. We don't have capitalism today because we're not allowing people to fail. We are afraid of people failing. By the way, this applies in the way you run a country. This applies in the way you raise a family. This applies in the way you run a company. You gotta allow people to fail. Everybody has to have the ability to fail. Because when you fail, painful, embarrassing, publicly humiliating sometimes, when you fail, that is a moment where everybody in the world is kind of watching to see what you really are made up of. Because that's what we cannot measure. We can measure a lot of different things. Your body fat, your height, your weight, your shoe size, your hat size, everything we can measure. We can't measure your fight deep down inside. And capitalism forces
the chip. An experience.
He's only 30.
Only 30. Maybe. What are you gonna do? Blake Griffin's gonna murder in front of you.
Nah, it's a weird muscle. Stand-up's a weird muscle. Joey Diaz isn't exactly like Joey Diaz is high by noon, but he's funny as fuck. And comedy's
way before noon.
Yeah, comedy's a weird thing. Comedy's there are some fuck ups.
Joey Diaz might get high all the time. That motherfucker works.
Yeah.
Joey works.
It's a mindset. You're always writing. You're always
Joey Diaz is a pro. Like people see Joey and they see that he smokes a lot of weed and he's crazy and they assume that he just gets up there and just rips. No, that guy always has good material. Always working. Yeah.
I think that's what it takes too. I think that this kid was younger and it's a very real thing. But I always say to kind of younger people,
so you're not depressed.
Yeah.
But what level of depressed are you? Are you suicidal? Or are you just like kind of shitty? Could you fix it with like running? Or would you need like real chemical intervention? And do you know the difference? Like, what's your community like? What are your friendships like?
Yeah.
Like, what is your family like?
Huge questions.
Huge questions.
And by the way, how are you eating? How are you exercising? Yeah. What is your community like? These are things where, and people who live the longest in those societies. What is it, Spain?
I heard, I don't know if I'm right, has the longest per capita live people right now, and yet huge alcohol and tobacco consumption. But they are connected to community. They're and they do a lot of that. Getting it in, taking siestas, long lunches. Banging. Yes. Banging it out. Yes. Drinking red wine. Woo! As a capitalist, somebody believes in the free market, there's a price you pay for praying to the god of consumption and progress. There is. And we're ruthlessly competitive Americans. Americans are fucking ruthlessly competitive and insanely aggressive. Football is a game of war. It's simulated war. You're capturing territory and everything else. We are so aggressive that way. And look, it makes us a great country. We also pay a price for it. No question. Like I do get sort of the notion that we need. There is this idea that we're the left. A lot of the left says, look, man, this capitalism stuff that seems to be creating isolation and depression. Like, how's it going? Is there a conversation to be had about how we figure out how we structure our lives where community takes more of a precedence, where job security takes more of a precedence, all these things. Well, the minute I start hearing socialism, I start to freak out. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, but here's the thing about socialism. Socialism in general sounds like a terrible idea because a lot of people are lazy and because it de-incentivizes people from action. And there's a certain thing that people should have motivation to succeed. They should have some drive and they get some satisfaction out of achieving goals. And those are all things that I would not want to deny any young person from. I think those are really important things for happiness.
근데 그걸 다 막아놓잖아. 씨발 병신새끼야. 대한민국이라는 나라는 그리고 미국이라는 나라는 rich get richer because they get access to everything that's good, bro. It's unfair is what it is. Unfair.
And one of the things that they've studied when they've studied happiness in people that are goal oriented in that set they
모노폴리잖아. 대기업 모노폴리. 나는.
goals and achieve those goals. It's one of the best markers for happiness, and it doesn't necessarily mean money. You know, the problem is we like to think of it as money, as it's a money thing. But in athletics, in art, when people without finance attached to it at all, when people set out to do something and then do it, they achieve a sense of self-worth and happiness. Yes. And understanding of yourself, who you are. This is what's missing from a lot of people. And again, I'm not a clinical psychologist. I don't really understand depression. I don't suffer from it. But I've known enough people that have to know that there's a lot of different kinds of it. It's all different. And I think some people just have a broken brain. There's something wrong in there, and it would be nice if there was a chemical that could fit into that slot and fix it. And sometimes there is for those people. And sometimes it changes their lives. And then I've known people that were on the wrong medical, like Ari was on Propecia, and it was fucking with him. It gave him depression. You know, and sometimes people, they'll change their diet. And, you know, one of the things that Rhonda Patrick was, she posted something, I think it was on her Twitter account, how inflammation led to impulsive decision-making, led to cheating on your diet, led to poor decisions in terms of like overall lifestyle, just from having higher levels of inflammation. So eating shitty food, not getting enough sleep, drinking, all those things lead to inflammation. Makes sense. All those things.
You call yourself a democratic socialist. How can any kind of socialist win a general election in the United States?
Well, we're going to win because first we're going to explain what democratic socialism is. And what democratic socialism is about is saying that it is immoral and wrong that the top 0.1% in this country own almost 90%, almost as much wealth. What democratic socialism is about is saying that it is immoral and wrong that the top 0.1% in this country
own
almost 90%, almost as much better. That would almost as much. wealth as the bottom 90%. That it is wrong today in a rigged economy that 57% of all the income is going to the top 1%. That when you look around the world, you see every other major country providing health care to all people as a right, except the United States. You see every other major country saying to moms that when you have a baby, we're not going to separate you from your newborn baby because we are going to have medical and family paid leave like every other country on earth. Those are some of the principles that I believe in, and I think we should look to countries like Denmark, like Sweden, and Norway, and learn from what they have accomplished for their working people.
Denmark is a country that has a population of 5.6 million people. The question is really about electability here, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
Anderson Cooper.
The Republican Attack Act against you in a general election, it writes itself. You supported the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, you honeymooned in the Soviet Union, and just this weekend you said you're not a capitalist. Doesn't that ad write itself? Well, first of all, let's look at the fact that it's a million people. The question is really about electability here, and that's what I'm trying to get at. The Republican Attack Act against you in a general election, it writes itself. You supported the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, you honeymooned in the Soviet Union, and just this weekend you said you're not a capitalist. Doesn't that ad write itself? Well, first of all, let's look at the facts. But the facts then are very simple. Republicans win when there is a low voter turnout, and that is what happened last November. 63% of the American people didn't vote, Anderson. 80% of young people didn't vote. We are bringing out huge turnouts and creating excitement all over this country. Democrats in the White House on down will win when there is excitement and a large voter turnout, and that is what this campaign is doing. You don't consider yourself a capitalist, though? Do I consider myself part of the casino capitalist? Huge turnouts and creating excitement all over this country. Democrats in the White House on down will win when there is excitement and a large voter turnout, and that is what this campaign is doing. You don't consider yourself a capitalist, though? Do I consider myself part of the casino capitalist process by which so few have so much and so many have so little, by which Wall Street, greed and recklessness wreck this economy? No, I don't. I believe in a society where all people do well, not just a handful of millionaires.
Gentlemen, we've talked an awful lot on our air recently about socialism versus capitalism, defending capitalism, all of the different political pressures that are kind of being brought as we get into another election year. I thought maybe we could talk about that this morning too. Over the weekend, several questions came up about defending capitalism, and Warren, you did step out and say that you're a card-carrying member, a card-carrying capitalist in front of everyone. What do you think about the attacks that we've seen to this point on capitalism?
Well, I don't think people exactly even know what they're talking about. The capitalism is perfect, but if you look at what was here in 1776 and look at what is here now, this country has done an incredible job in terms of the deployment of resources and human ingenuity. And that is a...
richest man in capitalist society. Does socialism work?
a product of a system. Now, I think we just started with what capitalism could produce in the United States, but I do think it obviously it needs certain rules and regulations.
But you did an interview in Davos with someone, and you made a pretty innocuous statement that you looked around, you thought capitalism was the best
Unknown
system.
caller.
네, 안녕하세요. 여기 국민연금 안양하천 시장입니다.
네,
어민재님 되셔요?
네 맞아요.
전화 주셔서 연락드렸어요. 어민재님이 일전에 근로능력평가 신청하셨었죠?
네 맞아요.
그거 관련해서 면담 드리기로 했었는데 그때 면담 장소에 안 나오셨고 또 저희가 집까지 찾아가서 그렇게 쪽지 붙여놨는데 연락 이제 주신 거죠?
컨디션이 안 좋았어요.
근데 요거 저희가 그렇게 연락 안 되시는 분들 같은 경우에는 반려 처리하도록 되어 있거든요. 2회 이상 이제 면담 불응하시고 이제 저희가 연락할 방도가 없었잖아요. 어밀재님 같은 경우에. 그래서 제가 동사무소 직원이랑 통화해서 요거 반려 처리를 했거든요. 다시 한번 신청 주셔야 돼요.
그 동사무소에 가서 다시 신청을 해야 된다는 게.
네, 다시 신청해야 되는데 지금 기존 제출했던 서류도 기한이 넘었어요. 저희가 2개월 이내 발급된 진단서를 받아야 되는데 지금 진단서 기존에 제출됐던 게 12월 11일이거든요. 그래서 요것도 새로 떼야 되는데.
그러면 원래부터 그 어차피 그때 그
네.
갔었어도 안 되는 거였네. 어차피 그 진단서 기간 때문에.
아니 그 진단서는 그때는 이제 2개월 이내였으니까 괜찮았는데 지금 다시 신청 주시는 거 2개월이 넘었기 때문에 새로 떼셔야 돼요.
아, 그 며칠 전은 2개월 전이었어요.
그때는 됐어요.
그럼 정확히 뭐가 필요한 뭐
그 진료 기록은 바뀌지 않는 거니까 기존에 제출하셨던 거 있잖아요. 동사무소 제출하셨죠. 네, 그 진료 기록지 빼고 진단서만 새로 발급해서 오세요. 진단서랑 최근에 또 여기 다니신 적 중앙대 감염병원 다니셨으면 그 이후의 기록까지 떼오시고.
이거가 그 평가 그거 어디에 필요한 거죠, 정확히?
우선 1차적으로 근로능력이 이 기초수급자라는 게 모두가 수급비가 나오는 게 아니고요. 근로능력이 없는 사람만 나오는 거예요. 그래서 근로능력 평가라는 걸 진행해야 되는 거고, 그 제출 주신 서류, 진단서랑 이제 진료기록지 같은 경우에는 의사들이 1차적으로 보고 평가를 내리고요. 2차적으로 이제 저희 직원들이 일상생활적으로 얼마나 불편하신가를 면담을 통해서 확인해요.
그러면 이거 아직은 신청 안 했지만 이거를 신청하면 그 근로 능력 평가 그거 따라서 이제 그 수급자가 될 수 있는 거네요.
예, 수급자가 될 수 있고 근로 능력이 있다고 나오면 자활 근로를 하게 돼야 돼요.
그건 뭔가요?
그러니까 지금 뭐 사회로 나가기 힘드신 경우, 그러니까 뭐 통상적인 우리가 생각하는 뭐 아르바이트나 이런 것도 하기 힘드신 경우에 자활 근로를 통해서 조금 경험 같은 거죠. 그 일하는 것을 어떻게 경험을 해보고 추후에 이제 좀 괜찮아지면 사회로 나가는 그런 개념이라고 생각하시면 됩니다.
네, 알겠습니다.
예, 새로 한번 그렇게 신청 좀 부탁드릴게요.
그럼 다시 그럼 제가 나중에 다시 전화를 할게요.
동에다 동사무소에
신청하면 그
신청하시고,
사람들이
그러면 동에서 저희 쪽에 보내주고 의사들이 심사 끝나면 저희가 연락드릴 거예요.
네, 알겠습니다.
감사합니다.
기록이나 뭐랑 다 떼고라는데. 성월달 해도
얼마 안 남았네 진짜. 이거부터 하려고 해야 돼. 지금 하지 말고 머리 아프니까 일단 누워있어.
attacked online from all these people who came up with these crazy statements about how could you say things like that. I mean, what do you think about the climate when you see things like that?
Well, some people think when you defend capitalism, you're defending the tax rates we have today and saying that higher absolute tax rates or more progressive tax rates, that you disagree with them. And I don't think Warren and I are disagreeing that you can make the taxes more progressive. In fact, we've been very explicit in some areas, like the estate tax, and saying we think that would be a good thing. Socialism. You wish you came back. Socialism used to mean that the state controlled the means of production. And a lot of people who are promoting socialism actually aren't using that classic definition. So what we're going to have is capitalism with some level of taxation. Most people really aren't arguing against capitalism. There may be a few, but most people are just saying that the taxes should change.
Although you do have someone who I think is polling the second highest in the Democratic Party right now, who was a socialist until very recently, Bernie Sanders.
Well, whether or not he was a socialist by the full term of that, now there is some money areas when you start to say there shouldn't be any millionaires, that you have some cap on wealth or something like that. That goes beyond what I think. You could say I'm self-interested, but we'll check the president.
What is this bullshit?
You call yourself a democratic population. Denmark is a country that has a population of 5.6 million people. The question is really about electability here, and that's what I'm trying to get at. The Republican Attack Act against you in a general. Election, it writes itself. You supported the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. You honeymooned in the Soviet Union, and just this weekend you said you're not a capitalist. Doesn't that ad write itself?
Well, first of all, let's look at the facts. The facts then are very simple. Republicans win when there is a low voter turnout, and that is what happened last November. 63% of the American people didn't vote, and 80% of young people didn't vote. We are bringing out huge turnouts and creating excitement all over this country. Democrats in the White House on down will win when there is excitement and a large voter turnout, and that is what this campaign is doing.
You don't consider yourself a capitalist, though.
Do I consider myself part of the casino capitalist process by which so few have so much and so many have so little, by which Wall Street, greed and recklessness wreck this economy? No, I don't. I believe in a society where all people do well, not just a handful.
I love this dude.
The vaccine. The vaccine, the United States government worked with the private sector to develop a vaccine with the company Moderna. They own the intellectual property of the vaccine. Okay, you got me? There are people all over the world who cannot afford it. I've got the vaccine here in my hand. You can't afford it. It's okay. Tell me, is that gonna? Is that any different than if you were walking by a swimming pool and you saw a kid drowning and you said, well, I don't think if I made it swim. Right? What's that? How do we describe it? So these are the kinds of crime is not just committed by people who rob banks. Terrible crimes are committed by people in three-piece suits, distinguished gentlemen who contribute money to the local art institute and to charities, right? And they're upstanding citizens who make decisions to kill lots of people. Do we talk about it that way? You tell me. Now, when you get sick, you go to the doctor, right? How much does it cost you to go in? Nothing. Oh my God. All right. How many people do you know who have gone bankrupt in the UK because of medical bills? No one. Not one. Oh my God. All right, UK, listen up. Here's a new one, new phenomenon for you. You now have the opportunity, if you move to the private system, to go bankrupt because of medically related debt. N-O. No. That would be the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
Got well, and cheers to it.
All right. I got strong body. All right. Cheers.
Thanks, Thomas, right?
Good to be with you. Good.
Very glad to have you here. Welcome to the Harlequin in Angel, in London, I guess. So yeah, Baltic Show's favourite pub. We had Mick Lynch and Eddie Dempsey here not too long ago, so some good ideas bouncing around these tables. But we're very glad to have you here. Before we get into the book, it's okay to be angry about capitalism. Could you tell us, in your own words, who you are and how you came to have the ideas that you have?
I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. My dad was a paint salesman. He came from Poland at the age of 17 without any money at all. And I grew up in a family. We didn't have much money, and we lived in a rent in what was called.
What's layman terms? Ugh. Oh. 왜 71만 8,100원으로 목표 최저 수준 이상을 했습니다. 이게 그거는 인권 1인 가구 생계급여 최대 70만 3천 소득 재산이 전혀 없는 1인 가구가 받을 수 있는 생계급여 이거 쓰레기일 것 같지? I will live and burn these scenarios. Layman terms.
rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. So I became kind of conscious about what lack of money does to a family at a very early age. I went to public schools in New York City. When I was a young man, I got involved in the civil rights movement. And later on, became involved in the anti-Vietnam War, involved in issues of economic justice, ran on a small splinter party. I did not get very many votes, but I had an opportunity to talk to a lot of people, and I enjoyed it. In 1981, to everybody's surprise, I defeated an incumbent mayor in Burlington, Vermont, became mayor. We got reelected again. And we did a lot of good things, interesting things as mayor of the city. My wife and I were just talking about the youth office. We got a lot of young people involved in civic life. I ran for Congress. I lost, ran again. I won, served in Congress for 14 years as an independent, caucusing with the Democrats. And then in 2006, became a United States Senator. And today I am chairman of one of the important Senate committees called the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee.
If we have time, I'd love to talk about that. But let's start with a broad definition in terms of you're talking about capitalism.
Yeah.
How do you characterize our current economic system?
It is extraordinarily unfair and destructive. And what the book is about, Ali, is just to try to get people to take a step back and think about the world that we take for granted, but that we should not take for granted. And I obviously am much more familiar with the United States than I am with the UK and other countries, but in the United States, we have more income and wealth inequality than any time in the history of the country. All right? And people don't know this, and people don't think about it. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Think that's an issue we should be talking about? Is that don't think about it. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Think that's an issue we should be talking about?
Really? Oh.
Is that good from a moral perspective? You got people sleeping out on the streets, people in America who are hungry, desperate, free people who are worth more money than they can spend in 10,000 lifetimes. Okay. So that's issue number one, more income and wealth inequality. Issue number two, which we don't talk about very much, certainly true here in the UK as well as other countries, more concentration of ownership. What does that mean? What it means is it used to be people started a small business. You start a small, you have a business, you have a business. Today, in sector after sector, whether it is financial services, Wall Street, whether it is media, whether it's agriculture, whether it's transportation, whether it's big tech, you have fewer and fewer multi-billion-dollar corporations controlling that sector. And interestingly enough, during the worst of the pandemic, when in my country tens of thousands of workers died because they had to go to work, bus drivers, nurses went to work, the billionaire class became $2 trillion richer, right? And corporate profits soared and prices went up. You know, we talk about inflation. In America, at least, we think that half of inflation was a result of corporate greed, just raising prices so they can make more corporate profits. So you got a smaller number of people controlling the economy. Then the third issue I worry about, and America is different here than the UK, is we have a pretty corrupt political system in the sense that as a result of a terrible Supreme Court decision, if you're a billionaire and you want to get involved in politics, you can write out a check for hundreds of millions of dollars, put it into a super PAC. You know what a super PAC is? Yeah. Political Action Committee that can spend money to support your candidates or defeat your candidates. All right? That's not democracy. That's oligarchy. And the fourth issue that concerns me in terms of what's going on in America is that, again, it's different than it is here in the UK, is we have 8 large media conglomerates that control about 90% of what the American people see, hear, and read. What does that mean? What that ends up meaning is that issues like issues I discuss in this book are virtually never discussed on American television. I'll give you one example. I'll give you a million, but one example. In the United States, we spend more than twice as much as the UK does on healthcare. Okay. We have a system which is dominated by private insurance companies whose goal is make as much money as they can. If you don't have any insurance, you can't go to the doctor. Not their worry, they got to make money. That's what it is. I have never been asked, how does it happen that we spend so much money on healthcare and yet 85 million people are uninsured or underinsured? And in some cases, we pay 5-10 times more for prescription drugs than you do. Now, you would think that's a pretty simple question to ask. Hey, Bernie, what's going on? What can we learn from Canada? What can we learn from UK? What do we learn from France about healthcare? Never. And that is the corporate media is owned by billionaires. And their agenda, it's not like it's authoritarian. It's not like somebody calls a commentator up and says, this is what you have to say. It doesn't work that way. But basically, they know what we can discuss and what we can't discuss. So some of the most important issues facing working class people are never discussed. In fact, interestingly enough, in America, I don't know how it is here, the phrase working class is never used. Ruling class is never used. Now, when you have 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half, do you think we have a ruling class? I think so. Yeah. But no media person will say, well, the ruling class today has decided that we cannot conceptualize class. We're not allowed to. We're all in one happy middle class, despite the fact that middle class is shrinking and working class is really falling far behind.
I won't lie, that section about media and the questions you don't get asked, I have used that as a crib sheet in preparation for this interview, so we will come to them. But before we get into those issues, I mean, can we just talk about the morality of that wealth inequality? Because you mentioned, how immoral it is. Could you talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, again, what I want people is, I'm throwing out expressions here, I hope they work here in the UK, is thinking outside the box.
Yeah, we know that one.
All right, good. It's one of the two. All right, so look, some kid today in London walks in and robs a store, right? And everyone says that's wrong, criminal, should be punished. Fine, I accept that. What happens if you are the head of a multi-billion-dollar fossil fuel company? And 60 years ago, your scientists came to you and said, you know what?
The product that we are producing is going to destroy this planet. Okay, 60 years ago. And what the company did say is, well, we're in trouble here, so we better lie about it. We will deny the reality. We'll put money into what we call front organizations. Say, well, there's a big debate going on about climate change. Some people say yes, some people, we're working on it, right? And the result of that will be trillions of dollars of destruction of the planet. God knows how many people will die. Okay, what do you consider that? So some kid goes in, robs a store, that's a criminal offense. Do we think in America or around the world that it is a criminal offense that the CEOs who make tens of millions a year lie about a product which is destroying the planet? How do you deal with that? All right, other example, more relevant in the United States than it is here. We pay in America the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, okay? 1 out of 4 people cannot afford the drugs their doctors prescribe. That's how crazy it is. Now, what do we say? How would you describe the head of a drug company? They sit around the room, they say, well, we're going to raise the prices of insulin, okay? Now, we have a lot of diabetics in the United States. Raise the price of insulin. Somebody said, well, if you do that, thousands of people are not going to be able to afford it. Some may die. And the answer is, well, our job is to make money. And so people die, that's the way it is. How do you describe that behavior?
Well, it's murderous. Callous in the extreme.
Yes, it is. The vaccine, all right? The vaccine, the United States government, actually, we have a very good agency called the National Institute of Health, really great scientists, work with the private sector to develop a vaccine with the company Moderna. They own the intellectual property of the vaccine. Okay, you got me? There are people all over the world who cannot afford it. I've got the vaccine here in my hand. You can't afford it? Sorry. You tell me. Is that criminal? Is that any different than if you were walking by a swimming pool and you saw a kid drowning and you said, well, I'm going to get my bathing suit wet, right? What is that? How do we describe that? So in other words, these are the kinds of crime is not just committed by people who rob banks. Terrible crimes are committed by people in 3-piece suits, distinguished gentlemen who contribute money to the local art institute and to charities, right? And they're upstanding citizens who make decisions that kill lots of people. Do we talk about it in that way? Do you tell me?
No, we don't.
And that's the kind of discussion we have to have.
And the people that do talk about it in that way are often labeled as extreme.
And I would argue that it's rather extreme for a fossil fuel industry to produce a product that may kill millions of people, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right, so, I mean, that's the kind of discussion that we need to have. Who determines what is really important? I think that when you have, again, in my country, massive income and wealth inequality, that is a major issue. From the media's perspective, the billionaires' perspective, they don't want you to think that that is a major issue. And in fact, what's going on here, I don't want to be too inflammatory, is we're in the midst of a massive class warfare. Massive class. So people on top are doing phenomenally well, and they will spend whatever it takes to protect the status quo. It's going great for them. Not so great for the working class. In my country, just give you an example. And again, we don't talk about this much. You know, I know, everybody knows that we have seen an explosion of technology, right? Workers now produce far more. When I was mayor of Burlington in the early 80s, we didn't have a computer. We didn't have email. All right, everything is more productive now. And yet in the last 50 years, the weekly wages of the average American worker is less today in inflation adjusted for dollars than it was 50 years ago. How does that happen? Meanwhile, there has been a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So I know I'm throwing around a lot of numbers and people go, oh my God, it's a lot of numbers. Bottom line is middle class is shrinking. People on top are doing phenomenally well. People on top have virtually all of the power. They like what's going on and they want to maintain the status quo. That's it in a sense.
I think you can go a step further talking about that class warfare and actually argue that the ruling class is on the offensive, right? It's not just, oh, there's a constant state of conflict between the two. It's like one end is on the losing end, the receiving end of a lot of it. So how do you see then, you know, if you want to take a phrase like billionaires shouldn't exist, what's the route to bringing that into existence?
First of all, we have to raise public consciousness. You know, like you say, billionaireship, that's a chapter in the book. Holly did just think of that off the top of his head.
I don't think anything was
But we have to begin that discussion. All right, look, if you go out and you start a business and you're successful in it and you make money, fine, good for you. You want to make money, you want to become rich, that's great. But should society say that really, when we got people in desperate shape, that you should not be making billions and billions of dollars? I think society can say that. So this is not a book against innovation, against new ideas. Businesses want to make money, but there should be a limit. Billionaires, in fact, should not exist. So we got to be thinking about it. And the way you do it is through a fair and progressive tax system. All right. So you're a successful businessman, you have more money than me, fine. But there's got to be a limit to it. And we are going to tax you very heavily on the upper end of the amount of money that you make so that you're not a billionaire. You will have plenty of money to take care of your family. You can own a dozen homes, maybe not 20 homes, only 10 homes. I know, painful. Your yacht could only be 5,000 feet, not 10,000. I don't know, but you'll survive.
You'll get by. Yeah, it's quite striking for me from a sort of external perspective on recent American politics, the kind of obsession, psychodrama around foreign interference in elections, right? When for me, it appears to be in plain sight. The threat is domestic.
What's both? I mean, I think you got Russia and perhaps other countries meddling through social media in elections.
Yeah.
I think that's true. But you're right, it is in plain sight. See, here's the story. You come to America, you decide to become an American citizen, and you take me into a back room or this little pub here, and you say, Bernie, here is $5, and I want you to vote for this bill. If you were found out, if you gave me that $5, you would be found guilty of serious crime, bribing the senator. I would be found guilty of accepting it, right? You're bribing me. If I take it, we're both in deep trouble. Give me $5. On the other hand, if you are a billionaire and you say, hey, I'm going to set up a super PAC for you and put $100 million to make sure you get reelected. Perfectly legal. Okay? So it is in plain sight. Perfectly legal for billionaires to buy elections. And what the Supreme Court did a number of years ago in a decision called Citizens United is, in America we believe in freedom of speech, freedom of all of that. And what the Supreme Court said, you're a billionaire, you have free speech. You want to run $100 million on ads attacking Bernie Sanders, that's your freedom. You want to destroy democracy, that's your freedom. Needless to say, some of us strongly disagree.
You've spoken before about corporate Democrats, and I don't want to make this personal, although you can if you wish to, but could you talk a little bit about that and the Build Back Better bill as well specifically?
Yeah, and I think it's possible that many in the UK are not aware of that.
Of course.
After Biden was elected, my campaign sat down with his campaign, and we said, look, let's work together on the important issues facing the American people, whether it is healthcare, education, climate, housing, whatever it may be. And we did. We put together task forces that came up with, pretty strong progressive ideas. When Biden became president, we were in the midst of this terrible pandemic. Thousands of people were dying every day. We did not have a vaccine. And the economy was crashing. Worst economic situation since the Great Depression. Small businesses going under, kids not going to school, schools closing, hospitals overflowing under great stress. We worked together to pass a bill called the American Rescue Plan. It was a $1.9 trillion bill, which I worked very hard on with the president, which gave $1,400 to every man, woman, and child in this country in a time of a massive economic crisis. Gave $350 per child for working parents, helped small businesses, helped hospitals, helped schools, made sure that the vaccine would get distributed in a way that we hadn't been able to do before. A very impressive bill, and I was glad that Biden was very supportive. Then we said this was an emergency bill, right? It was an emergency. We responded effectively. What Biden said, what I said, what others said, okay, let us now deal with the structural, you know what I mean by structural?
Yeah.
Not an emergency, the long-standing problems, which are what? Well, we have elderly people in America who don't have any teeth in their mouth. They can't afford hearing aids. We're going to expand our healthcare program to cover them. Our childcare system, I don't know, how is childcare here? Is it in decent shape?
It's very expensive.
Is it?
Very expensive.
So if you're a working person, hard to afford childcare?
A lot of people have to make the choice between, let's say you're not particularly well paid, it's more economically better for you to just stay home and look after a child.
Okay, same thing in the United States. So in the United States, in my state, which is cheaper than most, it's about $15,000 per person. So if you make average income 50 or 60,000, you're spending a quarter of your income just to put your kid, if you're lucky enough to find a slot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, psychologists tell us that 0 to 4 are the most important years of intellectual and emotional development. We pay childcare workers terribly. So we had a revolutionary approach to childcare, really going to transform it. We said if you want to go to higher education, at least the first 2 years would be tuition free. We have a major housing crisis in America. We put hundreds of billions of dollars to build low-income and affordable housing. We have a problem in home health care. In other words, this legislation, which originally started out of my committee at $6 trillion, went down, would have been the most significant piece of legislation for the working class of America. It dealt with virtually all of the problems that working class families were facing. And we had 0 Republican support, not 1 Republican. And in the Senate, it was 50 Democrats in the Democratic caucus, 50 Republicans. And we negotiated, we worked in 2 corporate Democrats. And by that, I mean 2 Democrats who get a whole lot of money from the wealthy. And they ended up saying, no, we don't want to go with it. So we lost the opportunity to really do a lot of good stuff for working class people. And I think restore faith in democracy as well.
You mentioned there the collaborative approach you have with the Biden administration, and it's been a very progressive administration so far. But you're quite harsh on the Democrats in the book as a whole.
Yes.
And I know you just mentioned that you vote with the caucus, but there's room for improvement in the party, clearly.
Much room for improvement. Look, what our campaigns did is show that there were a lot of working class people and young people. We won in both of our campaigns the support of young people under 40 in overwhelming numbers. It wasn't even close, landslide victories. We did very poorly for whatever reason with older people. And what I wanted to see and want to see is the Democratic Party say, wow, we got all of this energy, this youthful energy out there. People who are fighting racism and sexism and homophobia, people who in many ways are economically worse off than their parents, people are willing to take on big money interests and corporate interests. Bring them in, open the door. Wow, that is fantastic. Imagine a party of young people working with older people, coming up with great ideas to transform America. That's what I wanted to see. And in a few states, that happened. But in most states, people said, sorry, stay away. It's our party. We really don't want you. We don't want the great, what we call unwashed masses to come into the party. We'll run it. Thank you very much. And we have a chapter in the book that says, no, open the damn doors. Here's an agenda that can work for working people. At the end of the day, politically, what we have to do, what I think every other country on earth has to do, is to bring people together around an agenda that works for everyone. If you're Black, if you're Latino, if you're Asian American, whatever you may be, you need healthcare, you need good education, you want a clean environment, you want to make sure your kids can get decent childcare. We know what the agenda is. We know that people support that agenda. Let's do it.
On that point then about the Labour movement, I mentioned Mick Lynch earlier. You spoke at an RMT rally in the summer, which Politics Joe covered. Jeremy Corbyn doesn't have a place in the Labour Party anymore. I wonder, well, first of all, your reflections on the Labour movement, not the party, the movement, more broadly in the UK right now.
Don't know enough about it. I had the opportunity to meet Mick the last time I was here. Very impressive guy. And I'm glad to see, from a distance, working people, whether they're nurses, people in transportation, whatever it may be, standing up and saying, you know what, we are entitled to decent wages. We're doing important work. We put our lives on the line during COVID. All right, we need to be respected and paid adequately.
On that point there, you previously made about the Democrats and the working class base, something similar has happened with the Labour Party here, in that working class vote has kind of, over time, fallen away. What do you see as the route to rebuilding that coalition for both the Democrats and
I don't think that's complicated. I really don't. What happens in the United States, again, I'm obviously much more familiar with the U.S. than here, is for the last 40 or 50 years, there was a time, let me back up, under FDR, under even Harry Truman in the 40s, even under John F. Kennedy, where if you went out on the street and you said to people, which is the party of the working class in America? Everyone's that's the Democratic Party. Which is the party of big business? Well, that's the Republican Party. And that was kind of agreed upon. But then what happened 40, 50 years ago, the Democrats said, why don't we go out and get all that corporate money? Why are Republicans getting it? We should go out and get it. And once you start hustling money from the wealthy, things begin to change. And there is a justified belief, because it's true, on the part of working class people of this country whose parents and grandparents voted for Democrats, that the Democrats don't really care about them now, have turned their backs on them, have become associated with the beautiful people, right? You know, the Hollywood folks and all that. And I'm afraid that to a large degree that is true. And people say, you talk about this, but you don't do it. And Trump is here, he's a powerful guy, you know, he may lie all the time, he may be a little bit crazy, but he's gonna do something and we need something to be done. So if you put yourself in the position of the average working class person, in many ways their standard of living is in decline. They can't afford to send their kids to college, they can't afford health care, and they can't afford housing, and they're saying, who cares about me? Does anyone know that I live? Or are you too busy associating with the rich and the famous? Hey, I'm here. Anyone paying attention to me? And to a large degree, the Democrats are not there. You know. So what this book is about is saying to the Democrats, that has got to be your constituency. Forget about your billionaire friends and your corporate contributions. You're going to win elections if you stand with them. And we know what the agenda is in our talk about it, but it's not complicated. Everybody knows what it is. We all need quality health care. We need affordable housing. We need decent child care, decent education. We want to protect the planet for our kids and grandchildren. Not complicated. Let's stand together. Let's tell the billionaire class they can't run the world anymore.
On that point, I would just like to quote a bit of the book, if that's all right with you. You write that there is not a middle ground between the insatiable greed of uber capitalism and a fair deal for the working class. There is not a middle ground as to whether or not we save the planet. There is not a middle ground about whether or not we preserve our democracy and remain a society based on equal protection for all. I mean, you regularly return to the realities of class warfare, the offensive waged by oligarchs. That refrain, whose side are you on? And I think that's particularly relevant. You might not say so, but to Keir Starmer's Labour Party in the UK and also to the Democrats, that yeah, you do have to pick a side.
Yes, you do. You do. And not only is that, from my perspective, the right thing to do. I mean, if you're in politics, if you're serious about politics, your job is to uplift people who are living in desperation. That seems to be a no-brainer. But it is good politics too. Because if you go out on the street and you're talking about the issues that are impacting people's lives, they can say, hey, Ollie, thank you. Okay, you got my support. Let's do it. Right? If you ignore their needs, why would they vote for you? Why would they vote at all?
Let's talk about healthcare. The situation in the NHS right now in Britain is bad.
Yes.
Record waiting lists, people sleeping in hospital corridors because they can't get beds, people dying waiting for ambulances. And a lot of the discourse around this has started to shift towards whether or not the private sector can help us to alleviate some of these problems. And it's not just the Conservative Party, there's some talk from Wes Streeting, the Shadow Health Secretary as well. As someone with direct experience of the American healthcare system, could you explain to us whether the American way is something we should be trying to emulate here in Britain?
No. That would be the dumbest thing you could possibly do. All right.
Tell me why.
I'll tell you why. Right now in America, I should have known this, I don't know, but we're spending at least twice as much per person on healthcare as you're spending. I was just spending $13,000 for every man, woman, and child. You're a family of four. $52,000 a year just on healthcare. Okay. Why do we spend so much on healthcare? Because the function of a privately driven healthcare system is not to provide quality care to all. It is to make money for the insurance companies. So they sit around and say, okay, how can I make as much money as we possibly can? And they come up with a very complicated system, essentially designed to keep you from getting the care that you need so that they can make more profits. It's not very complicated. So the American healthcare system is working great. I gotta tell you, for the insurance companies, they make tens of billions of dollars every single year. All right, you're talking about waiting. conduct. Okay. Again, it's like everything else. In fairness, if you are wealthy in America, you can probably get the best healthcare in the world. But if you are a working class person, first of all, I'm going for several hours on this one here. You know where you get your healthcare? You get your healthcare in most cases through your job. Okay? So your employer will provide healthcare to you. Some employers provide very strong healthcare benefits. Most do not. So while you're working for me, you're an average worker, I say, okay, you're getting X dollars a week in your wages, fair enough, and here's your healthcare benefit. Oh, we're gonna cover you, but you have a deductible. Do you know what a deductible is? All right, people in Great Britain, listen up. Because if you're gonna move to the American healthcare system, that disaster, you gotta learn these terms. This is what a deductible is. Now, when you get sick, you go to the doctor, right? How much does it cost you to go in? Nothing. Oh my God. All right. In America, you get sick, you go to the doctor, you have an insurance plan, all right? And the doctor says, okay, your deductible has not yet kicked in. What does that mean? You got to pay it depending on the plan. And there are hundreds of different plans. On average, let's just say you're a family of 2-3 people. You got a $10,000 deductible. You know what that means? That before your insurance kicks in, you got to pay the first $10,000 out of your own pocket. You got that? Now, if you got hit by a bus, all right, you ran up a $100,000 bill, it is likely the insurance will kick in the $90,000. But if you are simply sick, or your kid is sick, you got to come up with that first $10,000. And what happens if you're making $60,000 a year? You're going to say, you know what, I can't afford that money. So first of all, understand that the American people pay a whole lot of money out of their own pocket. Second one, how many people do you know who have gone bankrupt in the UK because of medical bills? No one? Oh my God. All right, UK, listen up. Here's a new one, new phenomenon for you. You now have the opportunity, if you move to the private system, to go bankrupt because of medically related debt. All right? Let's just say in America, here's the story. We have, I think, 320 million people. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. That means uninsured, you got no insurance, period. You got nothing. Underinsured means you have a high deductible, a high copayment. So it's not only that you have to pay the first $10,000, you go in, you got to pay. If the bill is $100, you may have to pay $20 out of that. Got it? All right. You end up in the hospital, not unusual, a serious illness, surgery, cost you $200,000-$300,000. Your insurance is not going to cover all that. Let's say you're $50,000 in debt. You're a working class person. You can't come up with the $50,000. You're hounded for the bill. Can't pay it. The best option for you is going bankrupt. 500,000 people a year in America go bankrupt. Your whole credit is ruined because you can't pay your medical bills. Okay? So, other than the fact that we have the most expensive healthcare system in the world, incredibly bureaucratic, with high deductibles, which force over 60,000 people a year to die because they don't get to a doctor on time. Other than the fact we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. It's a great system. Fantastic system. Think about it. All right, but the answer is, and I say this with all honesty, this country, UK, has a right to be enormously proud of what you accomplished way back in 1948. What you said to the whole world, and I've even led that effort, is to say healthcare is a human right. You're poor, you're rich, you're going to go to the doctor, the hospital, doesn't matter who you are. Extraordinarily profound statement advancing human values. Don't give up on that. Strengthen your system. Put money into the system. Do what you have to do to make sure you have the doctors, the nurses, the other ancillary care that you have. Don't go the American way.
We are running out of time, so we're going to have to rattle through a couple now. You've obviously got a lot of different places to be. Quickly, is it un-American to make these direct criticisms about your country?
It's totally 100% of what America is supposed to be about. Serious debate about serious issues is what democracy is about. People disagree with me, that's fine. Let's have that debate.
What else makes you angry other than capitalism?
Well, too many things make me angry, but I also don't like the bureaucracy, as a matter of fact, which we have a lot of in both of our countries. Right, but the bottom line of, I'll leave what this book is about. It doesn't have all the answers. But what I hope it does is gets people thinking. and start challenging some of the things that we just accept as normal. It is not normal that so few have so many and so many have so little. And the other thing it touches on is we are in the midst of a technological revolution in terms of artificial intelligence and robotics that is going to replace millions of jobs in this country and in my country. Who's going to be making those decisions? Whether or not you're laid off, thrown out on the street, whether you benefit from that technology. So we've got to be thinking about it. And it should just be the big corporations who own that technology who benefit. It should be working people.
Last one. Realistically, do you think he'll ever be president of the United States?
Who knows? I think probably not. But if Biden runs, which I think he will, I'll be supporting him.
It's been an absolute pleasure getting angry about capitalism today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Go well, and cheers as well.
All right. I got strong water here. All right. Cheers.
씨발. 아, 피곤해. 피곤해. 와. 아이고 덥다. 어이구 더워. 아이고 더워라. 아이고. 어우 씨발. 어우 더워 씨발. 너무 덥다. 10시 57. 아 됐어 가 꺼져. 싫어.